platform. It's free. It's for you. So today, the schedule is going to be for 3 different tracks. So there's going to be a main part, which is going to have a keynote, and then it's going to break out into 3 different sections. That's why there are 3 different stages here. The 3 main themes are DevOps, security, and complexity. So look at the talks. You have a schedule on the website or on any of the printouts that you've seen, and make up your mind for which ones you want to. If you want to change your mind during a talk, you can do so, but please be discreet and please be respectful of the audience and of the speakers. Thank you. Another note, if you are on call and have to take a quick call or page for work, we understand that's part of our life. But please take your phone and your laptop and kind of move out of the speaker area so as to not disrupt those around you who also want to listen to the talk. So thank you for that. Then one part that we have to go over, and I apologize, it's going to be a little wordy, it's a little long, but it's part of our commitment for fairness, and it's our code of conduct for the entire 2 days. We have a code of conduct that's part of Devopsdays, all the Devopsdays, not just Atlanta, and that's to ensure that things go smoothly. So we really want to strengthen the fact that respect and empathy are our core values. We're dedicated to providing an environment where everyone in the DevOps community can learn and share respectfully, considerate, and collaborate. Every DevOps Days has a code of conduct, and we expect the organizer community before, during, and after the conference to follow a similar code of conduct. So DevOps Days is dedicated to providing a harassment-free experience for every participant, regardless of gender, gender identity and expression, age, sexual orientation, disability, physical appearance, body size, race, ethnicity, religion, or lack thereof, technological choices, or any other personal characteristics. And we mean this. We do not tolerate harassment or of anyone in any form. Sexual language and imagery is not appropriate for any DevOps Days venue, including Slack, GitHub, email, etc. Participants violating these rules may be sanctioned or expelled from the organization at the discretion of the core organizers. And if you feel that you've had an issue, please come talk to one of the organizers. Harassment includes offensive, verbal, or written comments related to gender, gender identity or expression, age, sexual orientation, disability, physical appearance, body size, race, ethnicity, religion, technological choices, imagery, sexual images in public spaces, deliberate intimidations, stalking, following, harassing photography or recording, sustained disruption of talks or other events, inappropriate physical contact, and unwelcome sexual attention. Thank you for listening to this long list. Participants asked to stop any harassing behavior are expected to comply immediately. If you are being harassed, notice that somebody else is being harassed, or have any concerns, please come see one of the organizers. Thank you, and thank you for listening. One last housekeeping note. The parking deck, if you came by car, closes at 10 p.m. You are welcome to leave your car, but know that the garage will close at 10 p.m. and reopen in the morning. And the front door actually closes before, so make sure you exit over on Lucky Street. Parking is validated. If you have not received a little validation sticker yet, go get one at the front desk. And with that, thank you so much for coming. And we will have a moment with our sponsors. So our first sponsors that I would like to introduce are Cox. Welcome to Cox, our platinum sponsor number 1. Thank you, thank you, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Huge crowd this morning. That was a joke. Good morning, everyone. I'm Jason Riggins. I'm one of the IT leaders with Cox Automotive, and we are proud to be a platinum sponsor of this year's DevOps Days Atlanta. Obviously, this was postponed the last couple of years, And so we're just glad to be back together despite the crowd. So if you don't know a lot about Cox, Cox is the only company in the world that has a comprehensive set of tools for the automobile dealer. So if you think about brands like Auto Trader or Kelley Blue Book or Manheim, that's pretty much some of the brands in our portfolio today. So I'm here with some of my colleagues today, and bottom line is we don't have anything to sell. We're not a sales company, but we are dealing with the war on talent the same way everyone else is here. So we have a booth outside, and in all honesty, if you're looking for a job, come talk to us. We have several software engineering positions open, DevOps engineers positions open, and we're just looking for talent, and we're glad to be a platinum sponsor this year. So thank you, and hopefully we have a good next couple of days.
Thank you very much. And our next platinum sponsor will be JFrog. Welcome, welcome.
I'm going to bring my laptop up here because it's been a couple of years since I've spoken in front of people. So this is this is definitely exciting. Let's see here really quick. Awesome. Hi, everybody. I'm Ari Waller, and I'm on the developer relations team for JFrog, and we are so excited to be a platinum sponsor for Devopsdays Atlanta. Even more excited about being here in person and being able to engage with everybody. We're very, very excited to just also be part of the Atlanta community. Many of you, I believe, have heard of JFrog. We're best known for Artifactory, which is the world's leading universal binary repository. I know many of you have tried it. But what many of you may not be as familiar with is some of the amazing changes we've made over the last couple of years for productivity purposes. We have JFrog Connect to help you push updates to your IoT devices, X-Ray, which is built-in security scanning tools, including zero-day vulnerability scanning, and we have JFrog Distribution as well to really enhance that process for you. So we're really excited. We have some demos at the booth today. If you are familiar with the awesome JFrog t-shirts we have a potpourri of them available for you, so we would love for you to come by, say hello to us, and check out a demo. And just really, really happy to be part of the community today. I will say also we are giving away a Oculus as a raffle item at the end of the conference tomorrow, so come on in and be part of that. If you haven't tried the Oculus, it is a game changer for virtual reality, and my kids love it. I wish I had more time for it. But that being said, it's one thing about JFrog, we have had tremendous growth, which you may not be familiar with, just over the last couple of years during this pandemic. We have over 7,000 customers now worldwide. We have over 1,000 employees, which was a big milestone that we hit earlier this year, and we have 9 offices globally. And more than 3 million developers and DevOps engineers use our software tools on a daily basis. So we're really excited about these things. Looking forward to sharing. Is growing. It's probably one of the fastest growing swamps, as we like to call them, in the perimeter area. So if anyone is interested in learning more about all the openings that we have, I think we're scaling up to an office size that can hold 100 people because we grew out of our space so quickly. Please don't hesitate to stop by the booth. Thank you to all the organizers of Devopsdays for what you're doing for the community. It's so exciting to be here, and thank you. Look forward to seeing you all soon.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Harness, gold sponsor Harness.
Hello, everyone. My name is Marie. I am with Harness. I'm the community engineer focused on our free and open source software. Harness is known for continuous delivery, but we also have CI, feature flags, cost management. We also just released our free services, so feel free to try those out.
Thank you so much. Glad you're here. Instana is next. Welcome, welcome.
Hey, good morning, everybody. My name is Justin Lejeune. I am a senior solutions architect at Instana. Just come up here to give you all a brief pitch. I'm going to apologize up front. I did not know I was giving a presentation, so we're just going to kind of wing it. But to give you a little bit of background on our company, Instana was founded around 7 years ago in Germany to be more of a modern observability solution, right? So where a lot of our competitors and other people in the space were really focused on all the legacy tech, we wanted to be more in the cloud, focused on things like Kubernetes and kind of the growing cloud infrastructure. So we've developed our entire platform around that. And since the IBM acquisition, we've grown into their tool set, right? So not only integrating some of the newer stuff, but making sure we work with all the IBM legacy stuff too. So we do have a booth set up. We'd be more than welcome to talk with you guys, kind of go over anything with the platform. Excuse me. And we are giving away a pair of the iPad Pros. So if you guys want to come enter our raffle, please come on ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And next up, we have PagerDuty. PagerDuty, welcome.
Hey, thanks. Hey, good morning. I am with PagerDuty. Thanks for coming out. Has anybody here not heard of PagerDuty before? Raise your hand. As developers, you have probably heard of us. PagerDuty's been around for over 10 years. We started as a platform for developers to manage their on-call rotations. We now have 14,000 customers, offices in 3 different continents. And we're really expanding our capabilities now to become more of a workflow automation tool. So wouldn't it be great, instead of getting paged at 3 in the morning, you could potentially have a script run to fix that issue for you, or run some diagnostics so that, you know, steps 1 through 6 of your runbook have already been executed. So that's what PagerDuty's up to lately. We have a bare-looking table over at the expo. Our materials didn't arrive in time, but if you do want to learn more about us, you know, we're wearing our T-shirts, so you should be able to recognize us. And thanks for coming out.
Thank you, sir. Next up, we have Chef. Oh, okay, we're done for sponsors for now.
Hey everybody, my name's Mike Butler. I am a solution architect with Chef. We have a booth out there if you want to learn what we're doing that's new. We've got a couple new releases. A lot of folks know us from infrastructure as code, but we also do compliance as code. And you can put those all together and perform what we call policy as code. So you can define your policies, what your system should look like. We have a lot of prepackaged CIS benchmarks and a lot of prepackaged content that you can use to apply to meet those benchmarks as well. So feel free to check us out, and thanks.
Thank you for being here. So throughout the whole 2 days that are this conference, the vendor booths will be over there. I'm pretty sure you've seen them on the way in. Go check them out. They make this conference possible. So our first keynote this morning is going to be from Crux Conception, a gentleman coming out from Indiana, if I'm not mistaken. Carries a very sweet fondness for the city of Atlanta. He was actually a criminal investigator working for the Department of Homeland Security for 5 years. Comes with a very interesting message that is not so much on the technical side as it is on the human psychology. The connection to Atlanta is, and he will go into it a little bit more, so I won't spoil it for him. But thank you for being here. I really appreciate for you for traveling all the way out from Indiana over here. Please help me to welcome Crux Conception on his talk about insider threats. What is social engineering? Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Good morning. I know it's probably early. By a show of hands, how many people are from the state of Georgia, please? Oh, excellent, excellent. I was going to ask age, but I'm not going to ask that. The reason Atlanta is dear to me is because, and I move around a lot, so I like to come up and approach people. This thing here, I move around a lot. I usually don't show that many slides because this is not a technical talk. I will repeat, for the next 25, 30 minutes that I'm up here, I will repeat, this is not a technical talk. As it was announced that I am a retired criminal profiler, 5 years with the Department of Homeland Security, and the rest 20 years with the Fort Wayne Police Department as a homicide detective and hostage negotiator. I have a bachelor's in forensic psychology, a master's in psychology, and hopefully next year, if DevOps brings me back, I'll be Dr. Jenkins working on my PhD. With that said, I love this city. When I was 8 years old, maybe 10, in 1979, something happened in this city, and something horrific. 28 children were killed in this city, and I personally, and I know the Atlanta child murder case, it got to the point where I was obsessed. I have over 14 gigabytes of case files, photos, autopsy pictures, interviews saved up. And this was the first time the FBI used its profiling skills to detect criminal activity. They were pretty much right on the suspect, Wayne Williams. But with that said, those kids would have been my age today. And so I fell in love with solving homicides, and I fell in love with psychology and the human mind because of that. And with that said, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to talk about social engineering. I'm going to step off the stage. I'm not going to profile you, so don't worry. Well, maybe. With that said, I'm a person, I always start with the shoes. But ladies and gentlemen, I tell on myself. And again, this is not a technical talk. Look at my clothes, ladies and gentlemen. Everybody off your phones for a minute. I came a long way to speak to all 30 of you. With that said, look at my clothes. I had a vest on earlier. Anybody see me earlier? I had a vest on. I had my little band on like Michael Jackson wore in that video, Annie, are you okay? I got a little band on. I was waiting to show that for you. And I'm in the green room, and I get up, and I hear a crack. And look where my shirt is at now. Guess what happened, ladies and gentlemen? Somebody take a guess. Yeah, I ripped my zipper. My zipper is ripped. So I tell on myself. And ladies and gentlemen, it's a good observation. Sir, do you notice the wrinkle right there? Yeah. So I didn't come prepared like that. If it was straight and there was no wrinkles, maybe I was trying to set a fashion trend. Thank you, sir. Keep slipping. Thank you. And sir, what's your name? How you doing? Cam. Cam. Sir, your shoes, I like them. And let me tell you, I always start from the top to the bottom, ladies and gentlemen. His shoes tell me a lot about him, about the way they're tied, the way he's sitting. He's relaxed. But at the same time, Cam cares about how he looks because his shoes match his jacket. You know, a lot of times I come to these tech conferences and we dress a different way. Y'all dress a different way. And that's cool because you're relaxed. You guys are extroverts. I was trying to get my screen up here because I did a profile in Prague and I did a profile on DevOps. So if you want to see that, contact me, get with me. I'll be here all day. I'll give you my information. I'll give you the psychological profile of a developer. And everywhere I go, I like to test it out because I ask people on a scale from 1 to 5, what's the highest that is? And a lot of people say average out to be a 4. So if you're interested in what a psyche of a developer is, let me know. Sir, how you doing? What's your name? Caleb. How you doing? Where are you from, sir? Okay. Do you like it here? So far? Could it be better? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, Cam did the right thing, and this is what I'm talking about. Cam did real short questions. Smart man, Cam. Real short, brief questions, hard to get into. Some people like to talk. I like to talk. Men, we love to talk about ourselves. Ladies and gentlemen, the defense in our country is getting stronger. You guys are doing a great job. And now that companies are going to be mandated to report any suspicious activity or a ransom situation, sorry about that, the government now is going to be relaxed, but it's going to get tighter and tighter, and people are looking for different ways to infiltrate your company, to infiltrate you. It's on social media. These individuals, you can see it on people selling Bitcoins. How many people have ever got a DM or whatever the kids call it nowadays, an instant message, and they start off a question about, where are you from? What do you do? Have you ever heard about Bitcoins? That's social engineering, but that's a sloppy technique of social engineering. I would drill in more questions. I wasn't going to tell this story, but I think I'm going to. I was in Atlanta at the I'm not even going to say the name of the hotel. I was in Atlanta at a security conference, and this security conference is probably one of the largest security conferences. The company's very major. We were there, myself and another individual. We became friends, and we started hanging around and going to dinner. We even went to a baseball game. Then all of a sudden, there was a third party. And she came in, and she introduced herself to us, and she started asking us a lot of questions. This is a security conference, ladies and gentlemen, a tech security conference. She started asking us a lot of questions. And then at the end of the day, she said she was going to bring us to her location and her company and have us speak. She got all our information, social media. We became, actually, I thought we were friends. One thing I noticed when I tried to call her, I looked at her call, and I was out of the game. When I mean gaming, I mean intelligence game. I was out of the intelligence game for a year now, so things kind of slipped. And I looked at her business card. Business card only had a telephone number on it. That's it. Nothing else. That's what I used to do when I was when I was a special agent, and when I was undercover, and when I was social engineering. I just put a telephone number on there. That's it. We were social engineered. Two weeks later, when we got back, my friend called me from Philadelphia. His LinkedIn account was hacked. Someone had ran a hard credit line on me. Someone had even contacted the Justice Department using my information to validate my top secret clearance. Ladies and gentlemen, we were social engineered at a security conference. Now, I'm not telling you to look at your neighbor or anything like that and be suspicious of that person, but it's here, it's out there. Certain questions that we talk about. You, sir, and you're like, oh man, he's coming towards me. I know that. Look, how you doing, sir? What's your name? Philip. Philip, okay. Let me ask you a question, Philip, and this goes for everybody out here. Philip, you work for we're in a hypothetical situation. You work for AT&T, okay? And you work for Sprint or T-Mobile. Let's do T-Mobile. Okay. Now, before a hack even starts or even ransomware even starts, do you think it's possible that there's an insider, somebody in there? Because if AT&T is going to pay $10 million to get their stuff back and their data back, and Sprint or T-Mobile is only going to pay $4 million, which one do you think the hacker is going to go after? That, and they're going to go after AT&T because that's where the most money is. But they can't do it by infiltrating a system. They have to do it by having an insider threat, someone high up. In order to do that, you need that social engineer to get in, ask questions, get inside that person's head, manipulate them. Social engineering is all about manipulating individual motions and expressions. Watch this. Oh, yeah, you're like, oh, man. He's like, oh, he's excited. Okay, thank you. I thought you were going to be like, come on, man. We all brothers. Can't we get along? How you doing, sir? What's your name? I'm Robbie. Robbie. Oh, Robbie. Okay, Robbie. Okay, nice to put a face to the name. Okay. Yes. Okay, now let me ask you this, sir. What is social engineering to you?
Well, it's basically using something about the person to gain more information. So, for example, my password is password, so there's no social engineering required because it's password.
Okay. Are you real comfortable and laid back with that? You're real secure. Okay, that's good. Password is password. Okay, now watch this. Okay. She don't even know I'm coming. Watch this. I'm gonna go from the back. Oh, now she looked. Okay. Oh, yeah, uh-huh. So I do all my students like this at Indiana Tech. They hate me. Because if I see them on an electronic device, I come right by them, I sit down and have a conversation. But I don't mean to embarrass you. Let me ask you this. What's your password?
For what?
For anything. I want to get into your account. You got a number. 478 is calling your number. 478 area code. Somebody Google that because we're going to get into this young lady. It's a scam call. Okay. How you doing? What's your name? Lynn, is it spelled L-Y-N? Okay, L-Y-N-N. Okay, all right. Let me ask you a question. What is social engineering to you?
Actually, this is the first first time I heard it when you mentioned it, yeah.
Okay. Social engineering, what we're doing is, I'm a complete stranger. You don't know me from Adam, and I'm coming to talk to you. What I'm going to do is I could talk about your shoes. I could talk about your pants. I could talk about your purse. What I do is I go from top to bottom, and I study the person. And that's what most social engineers do. Thank you for your cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, the easiest people to profile, again, this is not a technical talk. This is all on human nature. The easiest people to profile on social media are the individuals that do the memes. Because what they're saying is, and if anybody loves posting memes, I'll apologize, but this is what they're saying. I'm afraid to say, or I'm kind of nervous or apprehensive to say what I really want to say, but this meme is expressing what I'm going through today. And they hold it up like a big billboard, and they're looking for your approval. Those people are the easiest ones to profile because it tells you what they're going through at that particular time that post was posted. Ladies and gentlemen, only reason I have social media is to promote my speaking business, to promote TED Talk or whatever, anything like that. That's the only reason I have it. If you look at my social media, all my social media accounts, from GitHub to Facebook to LinkedIn, is Crux Conception. It's all personal, or I promote other people's business. I never put anything personal in there. I don't put the name of my grandson. I don't put my real name in there. I don't put my family's name in there, because these individuals are out there and they're ready to come. And I guarantee you, based on the information I had, and mind you, there's 17 of us in my family that are in law enforcement. My mom calls us the black version of the TV show Blue Bloods. And my twin brother is well, we're being live, but he works for the government. That's all I'm going to say. But with that said, there's valid information that these individuals are coming, and coming quickly. They're coming to our locations where we're at now. They're asking to be friends on Facebook, social media. They're asking about our jobs. The higher you are in the security level, the higher the clearance you have, rather, in your job, the more target you'll be. That's a person that I would want to go after. That's a person that I want to get inside their head. Maybe even get their email address, their work email address in time, get their personal email address. These individuals, the good ones, come slow. The information I said about the Bitcoin, that's sloppy work, but the good ones come slow. They come real slow. How you doing, ma'am? What's your name? Shli? Okay, that's a pretty name. Now, what field do you work in?
I'm in software.
Okay, software.
Cox Enterprises.
Okay, you like it? How long have you been there?
Since 2010, 2011 actually.
Okay, is it a big company? Where's it located at?
2011, I'm not in Cox. I was back in India.
Okay.
With Cox, I've been since 2016.
Okay. Do you work at Cox as well? You guys work together? Okay, do you work there too, sir? Okay. I'd like to talk to you later about that, because that sounds interesting. Is that okay? Okay. Actually, I don't want to talk. I do, but ladies and gentlemen, the information she gave me, we're rolling. You're rolling and rolling. And now, I believe she seems like a nice individual. I believe if I was a complete stranger, she wouldn't have given me that information. But right there, I got it. I got the information to the talking. This is an individual, as a social engineer, I'd sit and talk to her for probably like 30 minutes. I'd leave, and I'd come back, and I'd remember her name, because you know why? Not that many people remember names at conferences, because we meet so many different people, but I would remember her name, and then that lets her know that, hey, I'm interested in what she has to say. I'm interested in her professionally. She has an intriguing mind. Her stories are interesting. People can't stop talking about themselves, and eventually we slip. I slipped in Atlanta 2 years ago. I just told you that story. I slipped. Only thing is, how big are we going to slip? Do we have any questions so far, ladies and gentlemen? Okay. Again, this is not a technical talk. How you doing, sir? We met before. And you showed me the green room, correct? Okay. He's like shaking. He don't want to say a word. What's your name, sir?
I'm Bob. My name's Chris.
See, I knew. Okay. Now, this is too cautious, but I appreciate that, sir. Is it Chris for real? Okay. Sir, what do you do for a living?
I'm a consultant.
And we're at?
A consulting firm.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, y'all may think that's rude, but that's a smart move right there. That's the smart move right there. Short answers. And ladies and gentlemen, this could be done if someone is contacting you on social media, and that's usually how they contact you, unless you're in a very good job at that. Let's say, for instance, you're working at NSA, or you're working for the Secret Service. How many people know? Let me ask you a question. Speaking of which, because I have a twin cousin. I'm a twin. There's 4 sets of twins in my family. I have 2 twin cousins who are Secret Service agents. Anybody hear anything in the news that has something to do with social engineering regarding the Secret Service a couple weeks ago? Yes, sir. Secret Service, 2 Secret Service. One of them had the vice president. He was on the vice president's detail, and 2 of them were on the president's outer detail, meaning they walked the perimeter. These individuals were conned by 2 individuals who stated that they were from a foreign country, and they stated that they were federal agents, and they were giving gifts of appreciation. They were giving them apartments, giving them homes, cars. They were giving them jewelry. Secret Service agents. This happened 2 weeks ago. They didn't get to finish their plan because one Secret Service agent was suspicious of the activity, and also that Secret Service agent was a criminal profiler. And so they were stopped. Ladies and gentlemen, it's coming. These activities are coming. They're finding out it's more easier to social engineer and get an insider threat than to do it themselves, because the insider threat is the one that's going to get in trouble, not the individuals taking the money. Is that the story you heard, sir? Sir, what's your name?
Rich.
Where are you from, sir?
Austin, Texas.
Okay. Cool. You go to a lot of conferences? You go to conferences in Texas as well? Okay. Yeah. You ever been to DevOps in Texas, Devopsdays in Texas, Austin? Okay. How far do you live from Texas? I mean, Austin.
I live in South Carolina.
Okay. South part of Austin. Thank you. Sir, are you 2 from Texas? No. You are? The reason I said that, because when I asked him the question about Texas, you looked at him like that. Are you all 3 of you guys together? No. Okay. Do you know each other? That's a nice watch. Hey, nice. Hey, you are good, sir. You are good. Ladies and gentlemen, that's reflective listening. It's a move. I don't know if you knew that or not, but it's a move hostage negotiators, FBI do. You ask the question. Instead of somebody for a social engineer to keep asking you questions, just pretend it's a fight, and he's just jabbing you and jabbing you. You're doing nothing, just standing there taking a jab. What that man did back there was fought back. He changed the question. So, how are you doing, young lady?
Good.
Where are you from?
I'm local.
Local. Okay. Do you work in computer technology? Do? Okay. You're good. I can see I'm straining you a little bit, but you're doing good. 1 question answers. If you don't know anybody, just one response, a short response, that's just perfect. Because what it does is it makes the person to move on. I've been doing this for 18 years. I've infiltrated beauty salons. I even infiltrated an individual, and we were engaged for a year, and I never loved her. And I'm gonna go to hell for that. I know I am. But I was doing my job. So I blame it on the government. But individuals like that, it's hard to explain because you guys are getting good. He started it, my man back there, with just the one response. So you kind of messed up my flow. So now everybody's doing the 1 responses, but that's good. That works. Yes, sir. Okay.
So I get the insider threat, and we're trying to cover our assets and make sure our orgs are protected. But as a consultant and a DevOps practitioner, I'm often trying to show up with cookies and milk and befriend people and get a generative conversation going so we can transform an organization. Yeah. So how do we balance between these?
That's good. That's a good question. What you do on that, like you said, you are showing up with cookies and milk sir, you are the alpha. right there. You are the alpha dog right there. When you come, just like if somebody else was up here speaking, had the mic in their hand, you're the alpha dog. You don't have to worry about that because you're the one that the attention is being brought on. You're the one that's being the light shined on. Studies have shown that if you're in that alpha dog position, male or female, if you're in that alpha dog position, you will not be approached because it's hard to approach an alpha dog. It's best to approach someone who has a personality like me. I'm not an alpha dog. I'm real laid back. I'm indecisive. I'm insecure. Ladies and gentlemen, I walk around. If you notice, I don't walk with my back towards you. And here's the one thing, and this is real trivial, but to me it's important, and I'm sweating right now, and I'm gonna tell you why. Because literally, I do not have a butt. Literally, I do not have a ASS. You can blame my grandfather for that. He's Polish. What I mean by that is I get so nervous. I went to a homicide investigation one time, and somebody said, hey, Jenkins, I just told you my last name. They said, Jenkins, did you lose it? I said, lose what? They said, your ass. And ever since then, and it's not funny, I'm sweating because I'm thinking that you guys are looking that I don't have one. My belt is so tight around me, but my pants still fall down. And that right there, ladies and gentlemen, you may not know that, but that's an insecurity that you can hone in on. You can hone in on that. You can shut an individual up. You can stop them dead in their tracks if you key in on their insecurities. Any questions so far? Okay. I'd like to add this too, since I'm assuming all of you guys are in the security field. So before I get off stage, I wanted to ask this because this state and this city is so dear to me. Please get a hold of me if you're interested in this. What I'm going to do is we're doing like a law and order thing in Switzerland where the profiler, we got 4 profilers, 3 of them are still active, and we're going to get on stage and do a law and order scenario where the profiler talks about the social engineer, we get an investigation, and we work on the investigation, and individuals such as yourself who know about the tech side of security will get in and explain, and it'll be like a law and order situation. That's how much I believe that social engineering is going to start, and start soon, especially when the government demands that these companies start reporting the minute they have an attack. The reason the attacks went up to 60% from 2017 up to 2021. It was 14% in 2017. 2021, 60% of companies, major companies, reported cyber attacks. That number is going to go down when the government mandates that these people start reporting these attacks, which means that individuals are seeking other forms. They're not just going to give up and go home. They're seeking other forms to manipulate and to get inside your companies and your organizations, which means they're going to be looking at social media, looking at conversations, hearing conversations around the water cooler, see who's having marital problems, see who's, just like they do when they recruit a crooked cop. They see the one who has the financial problems, who's not happy at home, who has issues with the politics at work, and they go for them. Edward Snowden fit every one of those categories except for the financial. He was upset with the politics of the government, upset with the way NSA was spying on citizens. He didn't have social media. His position couldn't allow him to have social media in the government, but he voiced his concerns and frustrations every day, either at the cubicle or the block, around the cubicle or the water cooler. We cannot help to express our frustrations about something. I'm sure everybody 3 weeks ago talked about the slap. Everyone mentioned that. Heck, this is the first time I even heard them announce that the rules now at a tech conference is because of the slap. Everybody's getting up there before the conference starts and they're reading out the policies. Ladies and gentlemen, I know I said this before, but this is not a technical talk, but this is going to happen, and you have to be prepared. I am Crux Conception, which is a pseudonym for crisis intervention, and I thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this great talk, this great keynote, and waking us up. So what's going to happen after this? There's a few minutes until about the next 10 minutes or so. Please go, get up, go visit the sponsor booths. They're all there, they're waiting for you. Have a conversation with them. I do request that you do not leave anything on the tables because we're going to take them down and we're going to set up the wall partition. So there's going to be a bit of shuffling around in this room. So if you can head on over to the sponsor area, that would be fantastic. And please reconvene here for the breakout sections. As mentioned, there was a DevOps, a complexity, and a security track. That will start at 10:25. Thank you. Security belugas, DevOps here, complexity over here. Thank you.
I'll never tell, just trust that I'll keep it locked in a cell. Never revealing no secrets you're keeping, these promises strong as a spell. I'll never tell. Yeah, I like you, that's for sure. Never have to close the door. Been a long time, a year before, and I'm missing you so bad. Gone away a month or more. Every show I go before, I need to hear that voice, cause right now feels like it's been too long. I could never let you go on thinking about those secrets true. I would never bet the world that I would find anyone like you. I'll never tell, just trust that I'll keep it locked in a cell. Never revealing no secrets you're keeping, these promises strong as a spell. I'll never tell. You're an angel, that's for sure. With some devil, hear you roar. But I like it, we on the floor. In my ear, be whispering. Used to have fun, now I'm bored. Do I miss you? Yes, of course. Think about that time when we stayed up all night talking. I could never let you go on thinking about those secrets true. And I would never bet the world that I would find anyone like you. I'll never tell, just trust that I'll keep it locked in a cell. Never revealing no secrets you're keeping, these promises strong as a spell. I'll never tell.
Okay, next up in the DevOps track, you are currently in the DevOps track. If you had not planned on being in DevOps, security is over here, complexity is over here. So you've picked the best one, in my opinion. So next up is Noam Salinger. Salinger, thank you so much for being here. Talk today is going to be on from continuous profiling to continuous optimization. Please join me in welcoming Noam.
So hi everyone, excited to be here, first time in Atlanta for me. And I'll be talking from continuous profiling to continuous optimization. So just a word about myself. My name is Noam Salinger, I'm a product manager at Granulate. Like many other Israelis, I started off my career in software development and transitioned to product management in the past couple of years. And currently I'm working at Granulate. Granulate is an optimization company. I'll elaborate a little bit more about the company itself following up. So what are we going to be talking about today? So we're going to start off talking about the current state of the optimization. From there, we're going to transition and talk about the concept of continuous profiling, what it is, how it works. From there, transition into what's continuous optimization. And I'll leave some place at the end for questions. So if you guys want to ask anything, feel free to question at the end. OK. So starting from the top, so why optimize at all? So it's quite straightforward, basically. There are two main components into why turn to optimization. First one would be to improve application performance. So we all need to adhere to those strict SLAs. We're living in dynamic environments that are changing all the time, and we want to reach those top-performing applications. And the next thing is the fact that we want to improve the user performance and keep it as optimal as possible as we can. The second component would be the fact that infrastructure costs keep on raising. The more we improve, the more customers we have, it goes up and up. And the last thing is the fact that it's part of every software company's unit economics. So basically improving it means that we have a better business running. So let's start off with a few traditional approaches into optimization. Basically, these are why people, like the go-to solutions when people want to optimize their applications. So one is would be cloud hygiene. So basically starting from visibility, breaking down those silos, and understanding exactly what's costing more in your environment. Next, people turn to right sizing. So basically finding the right VM for your application, making sure that you're not over-provisioned. Next would be going to schedule operations, so basically shutting off resources that are not used and eliminating any of those manual mistakes that happen all the time in your environments. Last would be discount purchasing, so people turn to discount purchasing, whether it be RIs, preemptables, or using spot instances in order to improve the costs. So these are all the traditional approaches, but there are a few problems with them. So basically, it's diminishing returns. So the more you use them, you're going to see less and less impact along the way. In addition to that, what makes it even harder to optimize your environment is the fact that it requires a lot of engineering efforts in order to achieve those optimizations. And the more and more you optimize, you're going to see less and less results. And that's why we need new approaches into optimization. So I'm going to start off talking about the concept of profiling, and more specifically around what's continuous profiling, which is a new approach that's recently been getting a lot of attention. And let's start from there. So basically, what's the concept of continuous profiling? The idea is it's an observability method. It goes from profiling to investigation to optimization. Basically, the idea is to get an understanding of what's impacting your performance from the code point of view. So basically, get an understanding of the code level performance, identify bottlenecks, understand what's hogging CPU time, and then you can go back to your code, refactor it, and see those results you're so much looking for. And basically, you optimize those resource-consuming parts, you fix the performance issues, improve application performance, and reduce costs. So basically, going back to what I mentioned before, the way that we look into optimization. So when do you want to turn to profiling? The way we see it, there are two main reasons to turn to profiling. The first one would be the root cause analysis. So basically, you have a problem in your environment, you want to fix it, you want to see results, you want to make sure you don't have any problems happening in production environments. So it's initiated due to a performance issue. So for example, that P99 latency could be spiking. You have one container that's going bananas, so you want to see what's happening, and you want to fix it as soon as possible. So you investigate a specific time frame, you look at the specific issue, you try to fix it, roll back, and rewrite the code in order to overcome that specific problem. On the other hand, the second use case is a more opportunistic approach, where you want to go without any specific problem you want to solve. It starts off from, the initiative starts from optimization, so basically trying to improve performance and reduce costs. You investigate continuously throughout all the life cycle of your application, and you opportunistically look for those optimization opportunities. But it's important to know that if you see that both use cases, at the end of the day, you find a problem, you fix it, you roll back, you rewrite code, and you optimize application cost and performance. So how does it work? So what's this concept of continuous profiling? The idea is to continuously sample the CPU. So basically, it's comprised of two main components. One will be the profiler. You would install it on your environment. So basically, install it on a production environment. It samples the CPU continuously. And the concept of continuous profiling is enabled due to the fact that we use not a lot of, it's very CPU consuming. So basically, we sample it at a frequency rate that's not high, that's taking up a lot of CPU. And on the other hand, it needs to be at a place where you can continuously do it and get a good understanding of what's happening within your environment. Basically, what we do is we record the kernel stacks and the user mode stacks and build a cumulative graph that shows you the entire application flow from the code point of view. We visualize those results, and then you can see a system-wide view of exactly what's happening down to the last line of code. Once that happens, you can start investigating that graph. I'll show you just in the next slide how it looks. You can identify code hot path, bottlenecks, and then you can go back to your code, refactor it, as I mentioned before, and optimize performance and costs. So what are the benefits? This goes back to what we started off with. So basically, we all want to optimize for cost. We want to have our applications running at optimal performance, and this, of course, also impacts the stability of your application. So basically, that's the reason turning to profiling. It's a self-serve motion in order to improve those key performance indicators. And that's what you guys are seeing in front of you is called a flame graph. So basically, the concept of a flame graph is the most common way of looking into profiling data. The way it's built, it's a graph, colorful graph, built up of many different runtimes. So in this case, we're looking at a Python application. So you guys can see it's starting from the frame. It's a little bit hard to read, as I can see here. But the first frame would be add to cart. So that would be a specific function that's executing in the given time frame in your production environment. And from there, it's calling a function called get that's calling request. So basically, it shows you the entire application sequence that's happening in production in real time. Basically, each one of these is called a frame. So a function call is called a frame. And the deeper you go in, it shows you the entire stack frame. So basically, one function calling a different function, calling a different function, the same way it happens in your production environment. So the y-axis would represent the stack frame, the call stack, I'm sorry. And the x-axis would show you how much CPU time is spent on each one of the different functions. So basically, the wider it is, it means it's taking more CPU time. And as you guys can imagine, basically, we're looking for those wide frames, which means a lot of CPU time is spent executing those functions. Each one of the graphs colors indicate a different runtime, so we can see, as I mentioned before, from kernel to the different runtimes that are executing within your environment, you would see them indicated in different colors. Now, I'd like to introduce to you guys a product that we've recently released. It's called a gProfiler. It's an open source and free profiler that we released as part of a community play. So basically, it's a tool that we developed in-house in order to solve our own internal problems. It started off from searching for other profiling tools in the market, and we couldn't find one that was exactly matched for what we needed. So we decided to build one on our own, and as part of a play for the community and try to get the word out for profiling, we decided to open source it and give it for free. Basically, what makes it unique is the fact that it's production profiling, and the key concept behind it is that we wanted to make production profiling as easy as possible for any developer team to be able to pick up the profiler and start profiling today. Basically, what allows us to do that is that low overhead. It doesn't take a lot of CPU to get it up and running. You can run it all the time throughout your entire environment. As I mentioned, it's free and open source. It's comprised of two main parts. So one would be the profiler itself. You deploy it on your environment. It starts to sample the CPU, and then you're able to see that execution graph I mentioned before. The second part will be the UI itself. So basically, you can investigate the performance, find those hard paths, and understand what's currently hogging your CPU. In addition, we've built it as an optimization tool. So basically, it's an optimization-driven profiler. It ties us back to those use cases I mentioned before. So we focus more around the optimization and less around the root cause analysis. In addition to that, you guys can see all the runtimes that we support. So from Java, Go, all the way down to C. Basically, we have all of those runtimes covered, so you can see the entire picture of your application, regardless of what type of application you're running. So I'd like to walk you through a few use cases of usage of this sort of tool. So in this case, I want to go through one that's an internal use case that we had. So we installed gprofiler from day one. So we deployed a new service. We had 10 machines running, and we installed gprofiler from day one. So basically, the profiler was running all the time. And then we started investigating it and trying to understand why it's not behaving as we expected it to be behaving. Once looking into the graph, we identified that 40% of the CPU time over a given period of time was spent performing regexes. And I'm sure you guys know regex is not a very efficient method of performing string operations, and 40% is, a massive amount of time. And so we investigated, and we thought this would be a great place to optimize the code. So what we did is we replaced all the regexes within the application with what's called a finite state machine. So basically, it's an alternative to using regexes, and we were able to reduce CPU time from 40% on that specific function down to 9%. So that's a massive reduction in the CPU time spent on that specific operation. And the results were CPU utilization of the entire cluster went down from 50% to 25%. So that's a 15% reduction of CPU. And we were able to reduce the size of a cluster starting off from 10 down to 4. So that's a 60% cost reduction just from a very simple operation. And that's something that, like the hard part about it was just understanding where we needed to optimize it. And just to make it so you can visually see it, as you guys can see, it's a little bit smaller than I expected. But the function over there, so it's showing you how much CPU time is spent executing that function. So you see here we have the main pulse stack frame. That's the function that's wrapping all of the regex. And as you can see down there, the different function executions are all performing different regex operations. So it's 40% of the cluster time, which is quite massive. And just so you can see how it looked after, so basically that's the same execution of the same application over the same period of time. But this time, this is post-optimization. As you can see, we replaced it, and we were able to reduce it. So the same wrapper, which is the main pulse stack frame, using the finite state machine instead of the regex, went down to 9%. So that's quite a massive improvement. And that was actually a relatively short time to execution. So basically, once we identified the problem, it took us not more than half a day just to refactor the code and write that finite state machine. Now I want to go through another example, and this time it's a customer of ours. It's a cybersecurity customer using gprofiler. In this case, they turned to profiling. They wanted to reduce costs. So basically, they wanted to improve their unit economics. They're very cost conscious because cybersecurity is something that's very compute heavy. So every small change can mean a big change in cloud costs. And they turn to it to reduce costs. So basically, they're a Django application, so Python. And they identified, while investigating gprofiler, they identified that 18.5% of the CPU time was performing an operation called getPkval, which is a Django function, basically querying the DB and performing some operation. And it indicates on unnecessary query operations to the DB, basically in their end. So they looked at the code. They said there shouldn't be so many DB operations. 18.5% of the entire cluster CPU time is a massive amount of time. So they decided to look into it and try to optimize it. And what they did was a pretty simple operation also in this case. Basically, usually the hard part just is finding what you need to optimize and not the solution itself. So in this case, what they needed to do is basically just cache the return values instead of making many different operations to the DB, and compare the values and just spare those unnecessary DB operations. And that resulted in the same function, the same operations they did before, with 18.5% of the CPU time shrink down to just 3%. And that allowed them to reduce the size of the cluster down by 15%. So that's also a very simple solution, allowing them to reduce 15% of the cluster time, which is a lot. And once again, you guys can see the flame graph before and after. Basically, what I did is here is I just searched for the specific function, so get PK values, all the purple ones you see down at the bottom. You can see that total time of the entire application was 18.5%, as I mentioned before. And post-optimization, it went down to 3.3%, so basically eliminating a lot of that wasted CPU time. So that's it from the continuous profiling. If you guys want to try it out, you can go by our booth and I can tell you a little bit more about continuous profiling, or alternatively, you can just go to our website, try it out yourself. It's free and open source. I'd love to hear what you guys think about it. Now let's turn to the second part, into continuous optimization. So just a few words about Granulate. So basically, we're an optimization company. We help enterprises manage their compute workloads to achieve reduced cost and improve performance. And we do it by a unique approach, something we call real-time continuous optimization. Basically, it's an autonomous optimization solution. It works very low level at the OS and runtime level. And what makes it very unique is the fact that we do it with no R&D effort, so no lift and shift from your end. And the results you guys see here up on the right are just some of the results we have been getting from our customers. We reduce the cost anywhere from 30, 40, sometimes 50 and more %. We are able to improve the processing time, so the job completion time. We improve the throughput. We improve the latency. Of course, it varies from one customer to the next, depending on what type of application, depending on what type of use case you're running. But one number that doesn't change regardless what you're doing is that number down at the bottom. Basically, that's a principle that at Granulate, we make sure there are no code changes, no R&D efforts whatsoever on implementation or going forward. Now, the basic principle behind Granulate is the fact that operating systems were designed as general purpose solutions for a user behind the keyboard in mind. Now, a user will be performing many different operations and running many different processes in parallel. And that's why the operating system tried to achieve interactivity from the end user and fairness between the different processes that are running. Now, on the other hand, if you look at production workloads, usually they use the single purpose approach, where each service is in charge of doing one thing and doing it well. And that's why you have repetitive patterns within your application. And that's why the allocation of resource is not tailor-made for that specific application. And that gap is exactly what Granulate comes to solve. Now, in order to emphasize what I just mentioned before, I'd like to walk you through an example to understand exactly what I mean. So in this example, what you guys are looking at, it's a Netflix application. So we have millions of users making a lot of requests to Netflix. Once they go to netflix.com, they go to the login service of the home page, and that triggers multiple backend requests in order to fetch the information and process the data and parse that page for the waiting user. So in this case, we have the login service. We have each one of these requests triggers a backend request. So just let's take 3 for example. So we have one service will be in charge of authentication in this microservices environment. One will be fetching all the new information, so what's new. And the last one will be building custom recommendations for that specific user. So in this specific example, this user A made a request to the login service that triggered that multiple backend requests. Or the authentication service is authenticated that the user is who he claims to be. What's new has returned all the information he needs, but the custom recommendation, since we're talking about a heavy operation, has not returned anything yet. So let's look from the front-end service point of view. So currently, the login service is allocating resource towards parsing the response coming back from the authentication and the what's new service, unaware that he cannot proceed with the application and return the response to the waiting user until he gets that custom recommendation response from the last service. And that's exactly what Granulate comes to solve. So basically, we make sure that the allocation is resource is tailor-made specific for that application, and we make sure that the allocation is done properly once understanding the specific data flows within that application. So a little bit about our technology. So basically, we are an agent-based solution. We optimize performance continuously by adapting the application workload patterns. So basically, we learn the specific resource usage patterns, and we reprioritize them in order to make them better for your application, to improve performance and reduce cost. And basically, it's comprised of two main modules. So we have a kernel module that connects to the OS resource management mechanism within the kernel, and it makes prioritization and scheduling decisions in order to improve those decisions that are made. So in an example before, we wouldn't allocate resource towards handling the responses coming back until we know we can proceed with the application and we have all those responses coming back. On the other hand, we have the runtime module, which does similar stuff, but at the runtime level. So basically, because the runtime masks away some of the functionality of the allocation and of the resources, we need to do similar stuff, but also at the runtime level. So some of the benefits of using Granulate. So basically, we enable performance improvement and cost reduction. We do it continuously, as I mentioned before. The first thing is the principle of no R&D efforts, no code changes, no R&D resources at all allocated towards this type of initiative. It's a fast time to value. So basically, you install it through a CLI, Docker, or whatever type of installation method you currently use. We can start off with just a single container, just a single VM, and go up from there. And we work with any type of infrastructure. So basically, because our approach works so low level, we are pretty much agnostic to what type of environment and what type of architecture you're running. And last is the fact that we're past initiative agnostic. Basically, no matter what you've done in the past, whether you've used, let's say, profiling, for example, or you've shifted to spots, or done any type of initiative in the past, you'll be able to see the same results in your application. Now, let's walk through the process a little bit and connect the dots. So we started off talking about profiling. So basically, the profiler has two use cases. One would be profiling for finding opportunities and understanding how you can improve your performance. And the second is we use the data coming in from the profiler in order to identify which workloads we can work on and how much value you'd be able to see using Granulate. From there, we take this data, we process it, and we analyze it. And that's what we call the learning phase. And we are able to understand those resource usage patterns and the data flows within your application and make those and build a configuration in order to make those smarter decisions for your specific application. Once we deploy the agent in your environment, we start seeing that optimization come into place. So we see the reduction of all the performance metrics. So job completion time would improve, latency would reduce, throughput would increase. And that happens immediately once we deploy the agent and it starts tailoring those decisions. And lastly, once we see CPU utilization dropping, as we've seen before in the case study of the profiling, we are able to reduce the size of the cluster, so basically perform the same tasks with fewer machines. And that's how you achieve that cost reduction you want so badly. So that's just a few words about the process. So what's the takeaway here? You guys can just go ahead and start using the profiler. It's free and open source. Go ahead and give it a try. I'd love to hear what you guys think. And we can use that data and then come back to you and say, listen, we can save you 20, 30, 40% on a specific cluster. So just a few use cases. We focus only on Linux at the moment. So if you guys have any Microsoft-based instances, it's not our go-to. And we work at any type of architecture, so whether you're running multi-cloud, single cloud, hybrid, on-prem, it doesn't really matter because our approach works low level. You'd see the exact same value. We can work in any type of microservice architecture, whether you're using Docker, Kubernetes, or VMs, bare metal, it doesn't matter. You can get the same value. And we also work on big data use cases. That's it for today, and I'll leave some room for questions if you guys want to ask anything. Sorry? So currently we focus only on CPU. Basically, most of the applications are bound by CPU, so we've started off focusing on those specific use cases. But I can say that we've seen improvements also on the memory side of things, because it usually is sort of tied up to the same mechanisms. Perfect. Anyone else? Okay, so thank you so much for being here, guys. I enjoyed it a lot. I hope you guys enjoyed it as well. And feel free to stop by our booth, and then we can go through a demo or ask any further questions you guys may have. Thank you very much.
Our next up is Rishi. Rishi is going to talk to us today about environments as a service as the gold standard for cloud native applications. Yep.
Yeah.
Please hold a few minutes. We're going to put a microphone on our speaker. Hold on a second, actually, if you want to start with this one.
Yeah, I can start.
We had Noam.
Sure. Let me know when to start. Good morning, everyone. I hope everybody can hear me. So I'm Rishi Yadav. This is my first time in Atlanta in my lifetime. So interesting place. So today we are going to talk about Roost as environments as a service. I'm not going to do any product demo or anything. I'll just talk about some of my life stories and how my experiences have shaped the product the way it is. So anyway, let's get started here. So pre-production environments, as we know today, they have become the Achilles heel for modern cloud native application development. And we'll talk more about that. But little bit more about me. Graduated from IIT Delhi over 2 decades back. Started 2 companies. My last company was into big data analytics. Lifelong developer, never became a manager, always was a developer and entrepreneur. And written 2 books on Spark. And this picture is from Mount Shasta Caves. So I meditate when I don't do anything else. And that brings the next topic, right? So whenever it comes to software architecture and design, the principles are everything. In fact, I've written a lot about it. that there was a book, Gang of Four. We all have read that, right? Came in 1994. But now is the era of principles, and there are two principles which I love a lot, and they are the Git principle, that is network of trust, and also the Maven principle, convention over configuration, and we'll go deeper into that. But before that, there is another principle which kind of applies more, right? Because when you talk about Git principle or Maven principle, they are more, somebody can say platitudes, right? But this is what happens. So anyway, so some war stories. Once upon a time, I was working for a web streaming company. At that time, actually, they were not into web streaming. I'm sure you all use, watch movies or see shows of that company almost on a weekly basis, if not on a daily basis. So at that time, the company was mostly into the DVD business. So we were a small team, 3 developers. My manager became the manager for the first time, and small team, everybody was doing things on their own. And one fine day, I got a call from my manager, and he said that, you know, the senior most developer in the team, he's leaving. I said, okay. And then, in around week's time, I was the junior most. There were 2 developers who were there. Both were there for more than a year. So the second developer, he got the responsibility to take care of all the code. I was like, good, okay. Then one Friday afternoon, I get call from my manager that the second developer is going on a week-long vacation, and I'm supposed to take care of the code for both of them. I was like, okay, you know, typically this thing happens all the time, right? That you are given responsibility of somebody else's code. I mean, what can go wrong, right? I mean, something goes wrong, you get enough time, and then you can fix the things and all. So came Monday morning, 6 a.m. I got a call from my manager. Everybody's on the conference call. The whole system is down. So the company, which is now over a $100 billion company, so the whole system was down there, and everybody was clueless what was not working. I was like, okay, let me start working on that. So I check out the code in my machine. I try to run it. It doesn't run. It doesn't build, right? So what happened was, that the code was working on this developer's machine. He checked it in, missed some parts, and the code was deployed. And here I was there Monday morning. I was clueless about how this code works. There is no way I could, all the guns were pointed at me because I was the only one left there. And there was no way I could debug it or figure anything out. So I was like, okay, let's see what else I can do. So at that time, we used to have a lot of media types. There was a DVD, there was a Blu-ray, there was HD, etc. And we had these media type IDs, 1, 2, 3, 4. And what I saw was that there was a media type coming as -1. I was like, that doesn't make any sense from the upstream systems. And on the call, I asked the folks who were managing upstream systems that, do you know why this -1 is coming? They were like, we don't know what's happening here, right? So I said, okay. So there was database team there, and I said, can you guys create a temporary table in which you map these -1s to 1, right? That was the DVD media type. They said, yeah, we can do it. My manager said, Rishi, are you sure? What are you doing? I said, yes. They did it. Everything was up and running. Then within 2 hours, the upstream team, and they said, you know what, we did do an update to the system on Friday evening, and that's the reason it happened, and it's going to take us another 48 hours to fix it, right? So that's obviously one example of out-of-the-box thinking, but the bigger problem here is this, that this is another example of testing in production, right? So we have all seen it live in multiple cases. In my case, it happened with, obviously, the company was Netflix, right? So we saw the whole system going down, and obviously, I was able to save that day, but I'm sure there were many more instances, and we have all seen it in our life, right? When we all wait for testing in production. These days, if you talk to a lot of companies, like companies in monitoring and all, right, they say, testing in production is the right way to go. And as you guys know, that it is the right way to go until it's not, right? I mean, it's too late to fix any of the problems. So, but there is another paradigm which is also equally talked about, and that is testing in development, right? So, and they call it empowering the developers. I've been a lifelong developer, as I told you. I mean, I never grew up, as somebody would say, right? So, but development is good, but developer is working on his or her limited set of services, and there is no way on earth you can depend on the development environment to battle harden your service, right? So on one side, you have two extremes, right? You've got testing in production, or you got testing in development. And now let's look at why do we do even any testing, right? So essentially, there's a change. The whole goal of any release is what? Simple. You take a change from development to production, right? That's a simple logic behind it, right? And that's the reason I said that you either the worst place to test are either in development or in production. And but what a change here, right? So what a change is that this change in last few years because of Git has become a first-class citizen, and that is in the form of a pull request, right? So earlier, you had all these static systems. You would have your QA, you would have your staging and testing and all those things, right? But the key part which was propagating from development to production was a change, right? I mean, change typically happens for two regions. You got bug fixes and you got features. So bug fixes are not good, right? So that's the reason. I mean, wherever I see anything written about change these days, they talk about it as a feature, right? So everything is a feature these days because who wants to fix the bugs, right? Because bugs are bad. But anyway, so this change in the form of pull request is the first-class citizen, right? What if you base everything on that, right? So when you're creating, so let me give you a parallel here, right? So the parallel here is the branch. So we all, I mean, if you talk to anybody in private, they would tell you that what kind of a nightmare the permanent branches were, right? And now though they completely got rid of the permanent branches, right? So now the branches are short-lived. And why they are short-lived? Because a branch is created only for one purpose, that is to serve the life cycle of a pull request, right? To serve the life cycle of a change. So the argument which we are making here is that in the same way, a pre-production environment also is created to serve only one purpose, and that is to serve a pull request, right? So what if you create a pre-production environment, the moment you create a pull request, that environment only is alive during the life cycle of a pull request, and this environment does all the testing, all the validation automatically. It provides you preview URLs for that environment to multiple stakeholders, again automatically, and the moment pull request gets merged, this environment dies. And that's what we are exactly doing at Roost, right? So in the Roost, what we are doing is that we are starting when you check in your changes, right? So that's when you create your pull request. At that time, we are looking at your code, at your repo, let's say GitHub, GitLab, Bitbucket, right? We are going to inspect what you have there, what scripts you have, Docker file, Docker compose, any other scripts. Then we are going to infer based on that, right? So if you look at it as a black box, right? So our black box, the input is your repo, nothing else. We're going to look at your repo. Then looking at your repo, looking at multiple scripts there, we are going to figure out that how your pre-production environment should look like. And then when you create a pull request, we are going to create that environment that's going to automatically do all the testing, all the validation, create URLs available, and then certifies your application. So anyway, that is at the high level about why environments are needed, why pre-production environments have always been treated as a stepchild. In fact, when we talked to a lot of prospects, we were kind of surprised that how these environments are still being created in a very, very bespoke fashion, right? So these environments are still they are pets, they are not cattle, right? So even in the conference, I was talking to some folks, and they were like, "How do you create an environment?" They were like, we create our own environment, so we are happy with it, right? So, and so anyway, so that's that was a high-level overview about this big need. This is a new emerging field, so I thought it's a good idea to come to DevOps Days and educate you all about this big gap. You have all heard about SaaS, software as a service, platform as a service, infrastructure as a service. But I think this is high time these pre-production environments also get created as a service. So I'll take a pause here and see if anybody has any questions here. And I would also like to know that how are you guys creating environments today? Who's responsible for releases? And any insights, any thoughts you guys have? Cool. If no other questions, I think, yeah, thank you so much for giving me opportunity. We have a booth here on the conference floor, and we would love to set up a demo, show you more, and show you the magic of Roost. Thank you so much.
I'll never tell, just trust that I'll keep it locked in a cell. Never revealing no secrets you're keeping, these promises strong as a spell. I'll never tell. Yeah, I like you, that's for sure. Never have to close the door. Been a long time, a year before, and I'm missing you so bad. Gone away a month or more. Every show I go before, I need to hear that voice, cause right now feels like it's been too long. I could never let you go on thinking about those secrets true. And I would never bet the world that I would find anyone like you. I'll never tell, just trust that I'll keep it locked in a cell. Never revealing no secrets you're keeping, these promises strong as a spell. I'll never tell. You're an angel, that's for sure. With some devil, hear you roar. But I like it, we on the floor. In my ear, be whispering. Used to have fun, now I'm bored. Do I miss you? Yes, of course. Think about that time when we stayed up all night talking. I could never let you go on thinking about those secrets true. And I would never bet the world that I would find anyone like you. I'll never tell, just trust that I'll keep it locked in a cell. Never revealing no secrets you're keeping, these promises strong as a spell. I'll never tell.
contrast security.
It's on? Yeah.
Armory. Appreciate everybody being here today. You may or may not have heard of Armory, but we are the company that for the past 5 years has been helping very large enterprises achieve elite scale with continuous deployment to the cloud. So built on the foundation of Spinnaker, which was originally developed by Netflix. And we've worked with very large companies, some that have talked publicly about it, like JPMC, Autodesk, achieve levels of deployment that you could never get to with any other tool. But our belief is everybody should be able to deploy like Netflix. And so we're showing today for the very first time a new platform that is a deployment as a service that will allow you and anyone there to deploy at the level of a company like Netflix. So stop by, take a look. Appreciate you being here.
Thank you, sir. And our last sponsor that I'd like to hear from is from Styra.
Hey everyone, good to see people in person again at conferences. So I'm with Styra. We are the founders and creators of Open Policy Agent, which is a CNCF-owned project. They also own Kubernetes and a few other things. And so at Styra, we create a Styra DAS, which is a control plane for OPA. We help do compliance and authorization for your applications and your infrastructure. And we now have a free version for anyone who wants to try it out. So come by the booth, say hi, and yeah, enjoy the conference.
Thank you, thank you. And I hope everybody's got a chance to go visit our sponsor, our friendly sponsor booths this morning and during lunchtime. Our next talk, last one of the morning, is going to be from somebody who comes from a background of human resources turned into leadership training, Amber Vanderbug. She's going to be talking about building and leading remote teams. Amber, come on up.
Hi. Good morning, everyone. Still morning, great. Come on over. All right, how are we doing this morning? Good? All right, I'm seeing okay, all right. Let's see, having a good morning. Today we are going to be talking about building and leading remote teams. Now, whenever I talk about remote teams, there's a few different definitions. So, one type of a remote team is a global remote team. So this is going to be if you have a dispersed team with people in multiple countries. If you have a globally remote team, go ahead and clap your hands 3 times. Okay, quite a few people. The next type of a remote team is someone who has a dispersed team, but we're in the same general geographic area. So you might have people that are in Magic Kingdom, some people in Animal Kingdom, some people at Epcot, but we're still all in Disney World, right? So we could all be in Atlanta, but we're all working remote. If you have a local remote team, go ahead and clap your hands 7 times. Numbers, I know, arithmetic. All right, all right, so we have a few people that are locally remote. And then the third type of a remote team is a remote team that has some people that are working remotely at home a few days, and then you go into the office for a couple of days. So you're spending some time remote and then some time in the office. If you have a hybrid of a remote team, go ahead and clap your hands 2 times. Okay. All right, we have a good mix of all 3. Whenever we are working with remote teams, we have to be mindful of the type of remote team that we have, because that is going to impact the way that we lead our organization. Someone that has a global remote team, the challenges that they face is going to be a little bit different. Here, you're going to be looking at different time zones. The weather may be affecting people differently. Whenever we were looking at COVID, that was affecting people differently that lived in different countries. If I'm working with a local remote team, those challenges are going to be a little bit different. We had a few people that were locally remote. Here, we're still going to be intentional to build those relationships. You might have different opportunities to create those experiences with everyone remote. And then if you're in a hybrid remote team, those challenges, again, are going to be different. You are going to have an opportunity to be in person, but we have to make sure that we're clarifying our expectations from the get-go in all 3. Whenever we are working with our teams, the first thing that we have to do is clearly communicate what our expectations are. This happens from the very beginning. Whenever we are building our team, we clarify these expectations in the onboarding process. I'm going to give you a quick activity that you can use. This is an activity that I use whenever I am working with new team members. I use this activity whenever I am leading a team remotely or in person with a new client, with a new team, and whenever we are beginning a new project. So I want everyone to pull out a piece of paper. If you don't have a piece of paper, I have some that you can get. If anyone wants some. All right, yeah, you can come on up. I'm going to ask if you can help hand these out. So here is the challenge that I'm going to give. Thank you very much. I'll hand those out. Here's the challenge. I want you to think about the team that you are currently in. And I want you to think about the performance expectations that you have. I want you to take your piece of paper, and I want you to draw 1 line horizontally and draw 3 lines vertically. So you should have 8 boxes total. Here's the challenge. I want you to draw, that's right, draw. I want you to draw a picture of a performance expectation that you have within your team. Let me give you an example. I'll give you a couple examples. In my organization, we are a globally remote team. We have people across the world. We have people across 4 different continents. And it is an expectation that we start meetings on time. Why? Because we have some people that have gotten up early, some people that are staying up late, in order for us all to have synchronous collaboration in these meetings. So it's really important that we are respectful and that we show up to meetings on time and that we start them in a timely manner. That's an expectation more for behavior. We have another expectation that our reports be done in a detailed manner. They're detailed, they are organized, and they are done in a timely manner, because that is the level of quality. Now we clarify, what does detailed mean, what does organized mean, and what does in a timely manner mean within our projects and with our reports. Why? Because we expect excellence within our reporting in our organization. So for time, I might draw a time, 2 hands. For reports, I might draw a report, all right? I'm going to give you 20 seconds per box to draw 8 different performance expectations of your team. That's right, 20 seconds per box to draw 8 different performance expectations in your team. At the end of about 2.5 minutes, you'll have 8 different performance expectations. Are you ready? This is a challenging, all right, different performance expectations. Okay, on your mark. Get set, go. What is a performance expectation that you have in your team? Doesn't have to be a great picture. Okay, you're on to that next box. Now you're going to draw a different performance expectation that you have within your team. This time is going to go fast. Okay, you're on to that third box. What's a third performance expectation that you have within your team? Okay, move on to that fourth box. You're about halfway done. This is when it starts getting a bit challenging. Okay, you're on to that fifth box. Almost done. All right, now you go to that next box. Just a few more performance expectations left. What are some expectations that you have within your team? Performance expectations you have. Okay, you're on to that next box. Only have 2 left. Okay, you're on to that last box. Your last performance expectation. Three, 2, 1, and time. Okay, give me some feedback. On a scale of fist to 5, 5 being, Amber, that was the hardest thing ever. Don't ever make me do that again. 0 being, that was pretty easy. I think I could have come up with 3 more, 4 more expectations. Give me some feedback. How was that? Give me a fist to 5. All right, I'm seeing, I think that's a 3, yeah. 3, 2, 4, 3, 5, 0, 2. Yeah, I'm seeing all, yeah, I'm seeing 0 through 5 coming up. This is a powerful activity for a few reasons. First, it is a clear way for you to identify the expectations that you have within your team. This is something I'll do with my team, and then we'll take the time to share some of these expectations. The goal is to have 5 or more, 5 out of 8, 5 or more areas of similarity. If you have 5 or more areas of similarity, then that's an opportunity for you to take those expectations and refine and have further conversation. Now, sometimes I'll do this with teams. I was working with a DevOps team a couple months ago, and they had a lot of frustration. They had a lot of miscommunication and a lot of performance expectations that were not being met. So we did this activity, took us only about 2.5 minutes, and we discovered that there was only 1 area of similarity, 1 out of 8. This was a really good opportunity for us to have a continuous conversation, especially within a remote environment, to clarify, what does success look like here? Now, we did this activity through drawing pictures. I personally prefer this style of method, this style of communication, especially if you're working in a globally remote team where language barriers may be a challenge. And so here, we're actually using images over words to create a more inclusive activity for everyone to be involved, especially if you're working in an international or multinational organization or team. From an activity like this, now you can use this specific activity, I wanted to give you a specific tool that you can use, or using a different tool to clarify expectations. You need to communicate clearly what those expectations are, and then move in to proactive conversations. Now, a proactive conversation is a conversation that I use at the beginning of a project whenever I'm bringing in a new team, and it is critical if you are in a remote team. In a remote team, you're probably not going to see my face get red in frustration. You're probably not going to see the shoulders begin to scrunch up. You're not going to see some of that conflict, tension, and frustration. And so a proactive conversation goes a little something like this. At some point in our working relationship, there's probably going to be tension. At some point in our project, there's probably going to be disagreement, tension, frustration. And so while the emotions are low now, before anything's even happened, let us proactively discuss how we're going to handle that situation whenever it inevitably arises. Now, within some teams, we'll even go a step further and we will identify specific areas where there may be tension. So you might be looking at different personalities. So for example, I know that I am a big visionary type of person. I am not very good with the details. I have team members that are very good with the details. And so we're going to have a very specific proactive conversation. Hey, we're about to work on a 2-year project. Let's have a proactive conversation of how we're going to handle tension whenever it arises. Now, this is much more than going beyond, hey, if there's a problem, bring it up. We have to be more specific than that. I was working with one team, and they had a habit of being in paralysis analysis. And so they actually started time boxing their discussion time, right? So we're going to bring up an idea, we're going to time box the discussion time, final remarks, and then we have Elmo time, which stands for enough, let's move on. All right, so they'd say, okay, we're going to Elmo this decision. There was another organization that we were working with that they had a similar challenge with projects. So it was never quite good enough to call done on the projects they were working on. So they implemented Getmo, which was good enough to move on. Right? It's not going to be fully perfect every single time, but this is good enough for us to move on to that next step. We can address those next challenges in our next iteration. So we're going to have these proactive conversations and get very specific so that we can have a game plan. Again, especially if you're working in an international team, then conflict and tension is addressed differently in different cultures. So you need to have a standard that you have agreed upon within your organization and how you're going to address these challenges. And this helps to confront one of the greatest barriers to excellent team performance within organizations, and that is the fundamental attribution error. Now, the fundamental attribution error is really just a fancy way of saying that too often times we judge other people by their actions, by their outcomes, while we judge ourselves by our intentions. We see this whenever we're working on projects all the time. Say someone totally messes up on writing their code, and you might think, what were they thinking? We're looking at the outcome. Instead, we have to ask for the intention. I was working with one team, and the team was so done with one of their team members. They came and they said, Amber, whenever this person speaks at meetings, they are abrupt. Whenever they speak at meetings, they're abrasive. Some even said malicious. And so we kept the fundamental attribution error in mind. We asked the question, what is your intention whenever you're speaking at meetings? We found that he was intending to be passionate. He was intending to be persuasive. And so there was actually a gap between intended behavior and perceived behavior. And by asking for intention first, we were able to bring the two closer together by asking those meaningful questions. We must be mindful of the fundamental attribution error as we are working, especially within our remote teams. There's a lot going on that we don't see, and so we have to seek that understanding first. Feedback is one of the #1 questions that I get with remote teams specifically. How do we give meaningful, effective feedback within our remote teams? In fact, there are 3 major purposes to feedback. The first is to correct undesired behavior. The next is to encourage desired behavior. And then third, it is to coach or improve upon existing behavior. Knowing the purpose of your feedback before you go into a feedback conversation is going to be really critical. Effective corrective feedback means that the person will know specifically what action is being corrected. We must get specific to be strategic. Encouraging feedback is much more than saying good job. It's actually giving enough information so the person knows what action should be repeated. And then with coaching, we're specifically identifying what action can be built upon. This is a feedback model that you can use whenever you are giving your feedback. So especially if you are utilizing coaching or correcting feedback, especially with coaching or correcting feedback, we're going to first seek understanding. Right, so this is where we're going to be mindful of that fundamental attribution error. Ask, hey, what's going on? Especially in a remote team. You're not seeing the shoulders rise. You're not seeing everything that's going on around the team, around the person that's working at home, working at the cafe. We're going to seek understanding first. And then we're going to move into the purpose of our feedback, which, this is very simple. We're going to use a what-why model. So what specific action, if we're giving encouraging feedback, what specific action do we want repeated, and what was the impact of that positive action? I'll give you an example. There was a person in my team, they're working on a new presentation. Specifically, give her some feedback just yesterday, said this style of presentation had a lot of images and give a very clear idea of what you were trying to convey, and as a result, I was able to follow your conversation much more clearly. Now she knows specifically what to do and why it was important. We're going to have an action step. Continue doing that. Continue using images, using powerful storytelling to convey that message. And then we're going to follow up. So if you're giving encouraging feedback. Now, what if we are having a tough conversation within our team? Well, if we have performance expectations that while we've clarified them, we've clearly communicated these expectations, we need to have a conversation because those expectations have not been met. We're going to go through this exact same model, except now we're going to use this model twice, or we're going to go through the what-why model twice. So first, seek understanding. What's going on? Be mindful of that fundamental attribution error. Then we're going to have a conversation with our team members to identify what was the undesired behavior and why was that ineffective. What was the undesired product and why was that undesired? What was the impact? Then we're going to go into a second layer. What is a preferred action? All right, we don't want to do this. Let's move into the positive model. What should we do? And then, this part is often missed. Why is that the preferred action? What's an alternative result? This specific part right here of this second why, that's going to increase understanding, increase buy-in, have a much more healthy conversation. Now we're going into that positive. This is what we want instead. Clarify the action step. Clarify that action step. Don't leave it up to chance. Repeat that back. And then, this part is missed also as well. Follow up. Don't have a tough conversation, especially in a remote team. Conversations have to be intentional. They have to be intentional. Follow up with your team members. Now, your conversations should not always be just to give feedback on your performance. You should be having these check-ins with your team members habitually. Team building, trust building, that is not a single activity. We have a lot of people call and say, Amber, we have a lot of trust issues within our team. Come give a 1-hour session. We're going to improve our trust. It's not going to happen that way. We cannot improve our trust within a 1-hour session. It is small habits repeated over time. Team building is not an activity. Team building is a habit. Say that again. Team building, it's not an activity. It's a habit that you're going to be repeating over time. Now, there are some teams, some organizations that, as a rule, they check in with every single team member once a week. I'll tell you, as our team grew, I found that that was unsustainable as I was leading our team. And so what I did is I actually split the team. So I did a check-in with half the team one week and then checked in with the other team, or with the other half of the team the next week. As the team continued to grow, I actually split it once more. So now every 3 weeks I'm checking in with each person. So here I'm still getting in that check-in. We're still having a conversation, but it's at a more sustainable pace as our team continues to grow. So you can use that as a freedom if you're leading a team. You can still have those check-ins, but if you're spending 25 hours of your week every week doing these check-ins, consider splitting that up in a way that you're still being intentional with your conversations, but it's also a sustainable rate for you as well. So how often should you be giving feedback, or should you be checking in virtually? So I gave you an example of having these one-on-ones. You can split that up according to your team size, your bandwidth. Most studies are showing that specifically with Gen Z and millennials, the preferred rate of feedback informally, so this could be a quick message that you send on Slack, it could be a quick shout out that you have in a meeting. The preferred rate of feedback is 2 to 3 times a week, which to me that seemed like quite a bit. But that's the preferred rate of feedback. Now, to me, that did seem like quite a bit at the beginning, and so what I started doing is giving these quick messages on Slack. Hey, I noticed that you did this, here's some feedback here, and then we would move forward, right? So there are some quick ways that you can give feedback informally. With formal feedback, that's going to be a review that you give. The preferred rate is quarterly or bi-monthly. This is a love letter. It was actually written to my great-grandmother in 1908, and it's from a man named Otis. And it reads, "Fall off the roof, fall down the cellar, but don't fall in love with another feller." Our method of communication is really powerful. What makes love letters so powerful? There's a few things. First, it's the intention that it takes to write a letter. It's something physical that you get to hold in your hand. But another reason why love letters are so powerful is there is a span of time between correspondence. There is a span of time between each message for you to absorb, for you to digest the message. It's a time for emotions to rise as you are contemplating and thinking about, oh, I'm not going to fall off the roof and fall down the cellar, but don't fall in love with another feller. Now, this is really desired in a love letter. This is not as desired in an email. You need to consider the method of your communication in addition to the message. Now, this is more of a spectrum of the rate of your feedback loops. So over here, we're going to have very fast feedback loops. This is going to be in-person, virtual events, telephone calls. Over here, we have this side of the spectrum is going to be more memos. It could be an email, could be text. If you're me, that's a really slow feedback loop. And so we have to consider the method of delivery in addition to the message in our communication. 3 things that I keep in mind is first, the emotional nature of the message. So if it's a highly emotional message, I need to be over here, fast feedback loops. We have some messages that started off medium-sized emotion, but because we started off with an email, there's time in between each correspondence for the emotion to build. Then we have a conversation that is much more emotional than what it needed to be if we would have changed our method of communication. We need to consider the emotion of our message. We also need to consider the complexity of our message. If it's high complexity, we need more synchronous communication rather than async. We also need to consider the person. Some people, it's going to be better to have faster feedback loops within our communication. Some people, they're going to prefer more of that async communication. I love this quote by Stephen Covey. He writes that in a trusting relationship, you can say the wrong thing and people will still get your meaning. But in low trust, you can be very measured, even precise, and they can misinterpret you. So we need to be very intentional. These are quick habits that we can implement within our remote teams to create that trust. Trust is small movements repeated over time. Many micro opportunities repeated over time. Now, I've given you a lot of information. Hopefully you've gained a lot of tools on how you can clarify expectations, how you can have conversations about different expectations within your team, and create a clearer sense of camaraderie amongst your team. But sometimes, whenever I've gained a lot of different tools, I'm reminded a few years ago whenever I actually became a football coach or a soccer coach for Paris Saint-Germain in India. So I was actually the only American, the only female, and the only blonde academy football coach for Paris Saint-Germain in Bangalore, India. And as I was coaching the teams, I had one of my youngest players from one of my youngest teams. His name was Achintya, and he was about 6 years old, and it was his very first day of football. He came running out onto the field on his very first day, and he began yelling, "Pass, pass, pass!" Now I noticed that Achintya was yelling pass even whenever the other team had the ball. And Achintya was yelling pass even whenever he was miles away from the action. And Achintya was yelling pass even whenever he had the ball. So then he was running with the ball, going pass, pass, pass. And so I looked at Achintya, I said, "Achintya, why are you yelling pass?" And he looked up at me and he said, "Mr. Brahman, I do not know what it means. I only know it is a football word." You know, sometimes organizations can sound a little bit like my friend Achintya. Yelling, "Leadership, teamwork, communication, remote team building, we got this!" Because we know these are really good words that can lead to big goals. But if we're in the wrong position, if we're miles away from the action, or even if we have the ball and we don't know in which direction we're going, then saying these words are not only ineffective, but they're actually detrimental to our overall communication within the team. Eventually, the team is going to tune you out. But if you first take the time to build your team, clearly lay out the expectations, communicate and clarify performance expectations within your team, and then clearly communicate and give feedback to your team in a specific and in a timely manner with follow-up. And if we create opportunities on a habitual basis, on a regular basis, and we implement habits that can continuously build trust within our teams, then we'll be in a position to yell pass, to receive the ball, to move forward, and to score really big goals within our organizations. I want to thank you all so much for having me here today. I want to thank you all so much for having me here today. Does anyone have any questions? All right. Well, yes. Ooh, that was a good question. So, go ahead.
Yeah. So, from your talks, understood that communicating expectations is one-on-one is one best method. But how do we scale up beyond one-on-one? How can I communicate expectation at a team level? Sometimes organization has core values. How do I even communicate core values?
Oh, those are good. So those are two questions. I'm going to try and answer them both individually. So make sure everyone heard yes. So the first question was, how do we scale up communicating expectations? So one thing that you could do, so the activity that I gave you, I'll actually do that with my team. In the onboarding process and whenever we're starting a project, that's whenever I'm going to clarify those expectations more one-on-one. In the check-ins, we're going to clarify them one-on-one. In a team meeting, I might do an activity like that. That's 2.5 minutes of our time. And then clarify, okay, well, these are the 8 main expectations that I have. What are the 8 that you had? And if there's a lot of disconnect there, then we need to have a more team conversation. If we have 7 out of 8 of the same expectations, that's a good sign that you've clarified your expectations well. And then the conversation from there is, first off, I know what the expectation is. Do I know why that is the expectation? And then the next question is, what do we do whenever those expectations are not met? Right? So that's going to be more of a team conversation. It should be a collaborative, full value contract that you're creating. So expectations of this is how this is going to be handled. That is something, especially in a project, you can create those core values, those team values for that project. And this is how we've agreed to set our expectations and handle unmet expectations. Now, I gave you an example of using a picture. I will take time to do asynchronous setting expectations. So we could do this on a whiteboard. We could do this with Post-it notes. We could do it with an 8-box challenge. We're spending time to say, this is my understanding of the expectations. We're going to first check for understanding, all right? As a team, do we have these same expectations? Then we're going to move into, what do we do when they're not handled? What do we do whenever they're not met? Oh, this is why we are not collaborating well, because I am defining success on this project as making sure that it's done on time no matter what. You've identified this as, we have to make this perfect, time doesn't matter, right? So even though we both have a goal of doing this project well, we have different expectations of what takes priority. Does that give you a clear idea? Yeah, follow-up, yeah.
Just follow-up is that leaders have been comfortable in doing one-on-ones, but I have not seen forums where leaders are doing the team expectation communication. What would be the right forum? Would you call that, okay, this is the right time, or do you have to explicitly block some time to do the team expectations? How will you do that?
Yeah, that's a great question. So within our team, I'll tell you what we do within our team. We do both. So in our, stay away from this mic. So we have monthly meetings that we do as a team. Now, we're discussing a lot of things as within our monthly meetings, but one of those item agendas monthly that we do is a quick activity to clarify expectations. So that is something that we habitually block 10, 15 minutes out of our agenda monthly to do. So that's a habit that we have within our team. So you can do that by habit, and then we also have triggers. So give you an example, we just launched a new product a couple weeks ago. At the beginning of that launch, we knew that was a big project and we needed to clarify expectations there. So for projects, that should be triggers of, okay, this is a change in dynamic, we need to clarify expectations. But then we also do that within our habit. For some teams that we've worked with, they will put in, it's not a lot of time, right? So we're looking at, if we're doing this consistently, it should not have to be a 3-hour conversation. If you're doing this, 15 minutes every month, then that's gonna be powerful. Within our team, we spend about 15 minutes each month. I've seen some teams that do it quarterly. I've seen some teams that do quick 5-minute activities weekly. To me, we were better at 15. We were better with 15 minutes monthly. So you have to find a pace of where you're going to be intentional, put that within your habit, and then also recognize opportunities within projects. In my opinion, if you're only waiting for big projects, you could go a long time without clarifying expectations, that there's habits that you can build within those meetings. Yeah, that's a good question. You had a second question with organizational core values. That's great. So there's a few activities you can do to reiterate those organizational core values. You could use the same habits of, okay, within this monthly meeting, quarterly meeting, right, there's going to be intentional time that we are planning to reiterate what those values are. That's your very, very basic level. More importantly, you can highlight when those values have been exemplified. So this person did this specifically. Whenever we talk about expecting excellence as a core value, and this person did this action, this is what we're talking about. This is what expecting excellence means here. So positive reinforcement, habitually, again, that's going to be those small actions repeated over time. Storytelling is going to be much more powerful than just stating what the core value is. Within our team, whenever we created our core values, we actually created stories while we were creating the value. I'll give you an example from a different company that I worked with. I worked with a company that did training and development, similar to what we do, but they did training and development, and they did a lot of events. So we have to put up a lot of chairs, and we have to pick up a lot of chairs. A core value for them was picking up chairs, which was essentially meant there is no job too small for you. So we would see the CEO, we would see the VP, would be picking up chairs. And that was a mental image that we all saw of, this is what this means here. And then we would turn that into our company language of, I saw Kyle cleaning out the closet, cleaning out the supply closet. That's a really good example of picking up chairs. You're the director of training, and I saw that you were cleaning out the closet. That's a good example. So reiterating that habitually, that's going to be your best way to live that out. But we started having that conversation of storytelling and clarifying the image at the very beginning. That way, whenever a person was onboarded, when a person came into a team, we could identify it very clearly and reinforce that. Does that give you a clear explanation? Okay. Great questions. Any other questions? Okay, well, I want to thank you all so much for having me here today. If you have any other questions about how to build or lead your remote teams specifically, or teams in general, please feel free to reach out. I'd love to have a conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Amber. I think she deserves a stronger round of applause. So we are now having lunch has been set up behind you. So go ahead, avail yourselves of lunch, and come back by 1:35. We will start the Ignite talks, which will go on for about half an hour. Will be followed by the open spaces after that. Enjoy your lunch. Thank you.
Time of the year now, you got people falling in love. It brings you good cheer now when that mistletoe is above. Can you Santa driving the sleigh, or was it the Grinch and he got away? Kevin's alone, not acting afraid. Never get a white Christmas, but today snowflakes falling down. It's Christmas time, but you're not here right now to put up the lights. The candles on the mantle, they don't flicker like they used to. With the snowflakes falling down, it's not Christmas time without you. No, 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 no.
It's been a few years now, and this cold town's not quite the same. I wish you were here now, by the fire, stoking the flame. Can hear Santa driving the sleigh, or was it the Grinch and he got away? Kevin's alone, not acting afraid, waiting for a white Christmas, and today snowflakes falling down. It's Christmas time, but you're not here right now to put up the lights. The candles on the mantle, they don't flicker like they used to. With the snowflakes falling down, it's not Christmas time without you.
No, 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 it don't feel right without you.
No, 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 it don't feel right without you.
I'll never tell, just trust that I'll keep it locked in a cell. Never revealing no secrets you're keeping, these promises strong as a spell. I'll never tell.
Yeah, I like you, that's for sure. Never have to close the door. Been a long time, a year before, and I'm missing you so bad. Gone away a month or more. Every show I go before, need to hear that voice, cause right now feels like it's been too long. I could never let you go on thinking about those secrets true. And I would never bet the world that I would find anyone like you.
I'll never tell, just trust that I'll keep it locked in a cell. Never revealing no secrets you're keeping, these promises strong as a spell. I'll never tell.
You're an angel, that's for sure. With some devil, hear you roar. But I like it, we on the floor. In my ear, be whispering. Used to have fun, now I'm bored. Do I miss you? Yes, of course. Think about that time when we stayed up all night talking. I could never let you go on thinking about those secrets true. And I would never bet the world that I would find anyone like you.
I'll never tell, just trust that I'll keep it locked in a cell. Never revealing no secrets you're keeping, these promises strong as a spell. I'll never tell.
attended on Ignite talks, this is the peculiarity of this format. The speakers will each have 5 minutes for their talk. The talk is timed, and they have a slide deck which is set on auto advance. The speaker has to keep up with their slide deck. It is usually quite fun and entertaining. We won't do any intros. We will just bring them up one at a time. They are usually quite fun, so we hope you enjoy. Stay tuned. In 2 minutes, we'll start.
Yeah, pass that one to Robbie. We got Robbie up first. Let's hear it for Robbie, everybody.
Woo! Okay, well, thank you, everybody. Right after lunch, I'm going to be talking about developer experience with or without donuts. I'm going to make a food allegory every time. Sorry for some of the colors. I got inverted in dark mode here, but let's check out the talk when it changes slides. Let's see, was that 15 seconds? Did it autoplay fine? We're just testing it out, don't worry. So I'm the guinea pig.
Why did you break it, Robbie?
I know, I just looked at it. This is the story of my life. Why is there configuration drift? Robbie did it.
Full blame postmortem here.
If anybody knows what blameless culture is, I was around for blameful culture. Instead of saying the engineer, I'd be like, Ravi deleted root. Okay, how is that possible? All right, we'll try it again. So, developer experience versus or with donuts. It's really odd to be adversarial with donuts, but we'll try to do it in this talk. So we'll see if it progresses to the next one, which I cheated, and I had a slide about me because you're not able to introduce yourself, but I cheated. Can I progress it? Google Slides problem, don't worry. Oh, there we go. Yeah, so who am I? Spacebar. I got you. So who am I? Robbie Lockman. I have 2 quotes I always say. I'm currently the field CTO and VP of customer engineering at Shippa. Worked at a few firms who are sponsoring here and never got anything right the first time. And so we're going to be talking about DX, developer experience, and donuts. Very appropriate talk after lunch. There's no donuts in here, so this is my fault also. So let's talk about this. So the first thing is, there we go. Who knows what a donut is? Show of hands. Or a clap. I'm going to steal from Amy's thing. Clap 17 times if you know what a donut is. Exactly 17 times. But anyhow, donuts are delicious. They bring out about just good feelings about everything, right? But what is, unfortunately this didn't come out, the picture didn't come out right, but what is developer experience? Here's a SageMaker workflow that I've seen before, and it's not delicious. You cannot eat developer experience. In fact, it causes the opposite of pleasure sometimes. And so why is developer experience important? Either it's for you to make more money, right? Like, hey, you know what, we're able to build more features, and also have this more time. You know what, you want to be on the beach. You don't want to be in the office. And so DX is very important. So DX pillar 1, the first one is usability. How easy is it to find what you have to do, right? So a lot of this is going to be centered around user experience. Can you eat a donut? So just remember, can you eat it? How easy is it to use? The second pillar of DX is findability. If you're a first-time user, and let's say in your CI/CD pipeline, are you able to deliver that functionality? Here's a map of the closest Krispy Kreme to here. This is a legitimate Google map. How easy is it for you to find a donut? How easy is it for you to find functionality? Credibility. I used to have a LimeWire versus like Spotify slide here, but donut-wise, is if you have to solve a problem, can you trust the underlying system to provide that functionality again? Or is it a donut or a bagel? It could be very sneaky sometimes. And so how do you go about measuring developer experience? There can be very many ways. You can interview the users, you can provide a heat map. Basically, it's finding user sentiment, but for folks who are developers, or with a measuring tape like this. Also, what does developer experience look like hint, it's a lot like user experience. So if you're a feature building engineer doing UX, if you're a DevOps or platform engineer, they will actually sound very similar, right? So let's look a little bit about measuring. First one is user journey mapping, right? So like, okay, we have user X has to deploy a product Y. You can actually build user journey maps. So saying, oh, from the start to the end, how efficient was it for your user to complete his or her journey? Again, and very similar in UX concepts. Second would be heat maps. Ironically, you know, this is like Big Brother. You have to put screen recording software in somewhere, but hey, where are people typically clicking? Like, oh, I need to debug something. Is it in the most obvious spot that I'm looking to debug something or deploy something, or delicious hot Krispy Kreme? Basically what good developer experience boils down to is safety. Here's my analogy: donuts in a glass. You know, they're safe from the outside world. But basically, when you're trying to build developer experience, you're trying to build safety for iteration and also safety in your delivery. And so what is developer experience support? We kind of touched about this a little bit earlier. Developer experience supports velocity. Here are these people just chomping down at some, I think they're powdered donuts. But really, you're supporting velocity, right? Why invest in it? You're supporting velocity on the team. And then my favorite question, are you a 2-pizza team or a dozen donut team? If you're familiar with AWS's 2-pizza team, you know, I can eat a large donut by myself, so it's a team of 2. I can't eat a dozen donuts by myself, so just think about how you structure the team. And that is it. That's all I had in my 5-minute donut allegory talk. So hit me at Ravi Locke, one of the organizers here, and thank you so much, everybody, for coming to my night talk.
Let's hear it for Ravi, folks. Next up, we have Jade West with API Security.
Hey everyone, so just a little bit of background. My name is Jade West. I'm a cybersecurity engineer and I work in the cloud security space. So today we're going to talk about some APIs. So the OWASP Foundation has this quote that pretty much says that APIs are going to be a critical part of your mobile, SaaS, or web applications, and they're found everywhere: customer-facing, partner-facing, and internal applications. So when it comes all down to it, they expose PII, other logic, and really in the end of it, it's going to be absolutely impossible to secure, to create new innovation if you're not securing your APIs. So we have seen so many different breaches across many companies, large, small, well-known, unknown, and they are just coming up time and time again in the last 5 to 10 years. So I do want to talk about a couple examples here. So the first happened to a tech company. So they had a issue in their video trimming API call. So pretty much there was no authentication. Anyone could change the parameter of video ID, erase someone else's video, and you could never recover it again. And then a couple other issues that we saw was going to be in some financial institutions. Once again, no authentication. People's credit scores and PII were being released with nothing more than a name or an address. A common one I'm sure we've all heard about released 147 million people's social security numbers. And so this is why this is a huge issue. And the thing is, all of these companies had WAFs, API gateways, pen testing, but it's just not strong enough anymore. And the reason for this is the massive growth of APIs. So companies have thousands of APIs. 40% of them are about shadow APIs. So that means they're running with no one knowing what's happening. And the problem is nowadays, APIs are typically slow and low. When 5 years ago, they were one and done. So now people spend days and weeks inside of a system to discover what that is and how to exploit it. And so all of this seems like a bit of a downer, but it's not totally hopeless. So what you first have to remember is it's not about recreating the wheel. So you need to take team collaboration and work together. Honestly, developers aren't always thinking about what's best for security, and that's not totally their fault. As security professionals, we should be doing the heavy lifting, finding the soft spots, and creating remediation plans and ideas and taking it back with them to collaborate on how to make that better. Another idea is to centralize your APIs. If you know what you have, you know how to protect it better, and then you know what's been new and what's vetted as you discover more and more. And also, zero trust security. So we haven't been using this really on APIs, but you should map out what your APIs are and what networks they should be entering. If you tokenize it, now you can have authentication and authorization on across every boundary point. And then let's use the systems we have. Let's beef up our WAFs, our API gateways, with real-time rules to find signature-based threats, usage limits, and validate incoming messages. And don't forget about threat modeling. So it's kind of been the whole process of all of this, but use it. You need to create it, maintain it, update it, and as you discover new APIs into your system, update it again and continue to use it. So in the end, when you go back to your office, just make sure you're looking at your APIs, you look for that centralized system, you hope and pray that you have more than just a classic WAF protecting you, and then ask questions, collaborate, and then trust nothing and verify everything.
Thank you, Jade. We were having some slight technical difficulties. I don't think I messed the timing up too bad there. I think we got sorted out by the end. And next up, we have, in the mic, Curdy with Getting Agile with 3DS. And you had requested to manually maneuver this one. I'm just going to get out of the way and let him do it. Let's hear it for Kirti, everybody.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. This is my first time with Devopsdays, and I'm not a DevOps expert, so please bear with me. Being a data scientist and an architect, I'm close to data, which kind of fuels the DevOps and process being around it. So here I am to share some of my experiences. In today's world, everything is expected to be happening at a rapid pace. New products are expected to be delivered in a couple of weeks, deployments in a couple of weeks, hours. What am I saying? All you are DevOps experts. I'm sure most of you do it in a couple of seconds, right? Okay, I think the slide is missed. Okay. While we sprint with agility and try to keep up with timelines, oftentimes the 3 Ds, the Ds are missing here, so let me read out: data modeling, documentation, and database type may not be given the attention they deserve. Just to clarify, I'm not blaming the devs. I feel the timelines are driven top-down, and the initial requirements cost estimation still given the due diligence, but when it comes to the product delivery, we expect it to be done ASAP. So after our first D, data modeling. Data models are visual representations of various data elements and connections between them. They put data in the context of a relevant business process and aid in developing effective systems. Data modeling is foundational to backend database design. When models are built quickly, focusing on short-term needs or MVP, they fail to be extensible, calling for either continuous maintenance or upscaling of resources, such as additional computation power, resulting in increasing of costs. So to avoid this pitfall, data modeling can be done iteratively, but we always need to have the end goal or future vision rather than the short-term MVP. As a tie to business process, developing data models in collaboration with SMEs yield good results, even though this process might be time-consuming. Due diligence in data modeling has the potential to yield significant long-term benefits, such as product stability, quality, and performance. For example, if 2 products are sharing the data significantly, it's better they are co-located on the same server rather than interacting through endpoints and doing complex joins on the fly. The next important aspect that is often overlooked is documentation. One of the 4 values of Agile Manifesto is working software over comprehensive documentation. Due to the rush to complete a sprint and deliver, this is always misinterpreted as no documentation. The emphasis is inappropriately given to the software and without much documentation. Again, sorry, the descriptions are missing. So now that we all agree that documentation is important, documentation is a source. My bad. Documentation is a source of organization memory. It serves as a risk mitigator if resources on the project part waste from the organization. Opportunities to talented resources are overwhelming, and now it's even more crazy. So while we do want best people to stick with us, it's better to be prepared than sorry. So now that we all agree that documentation is important, how much should we do? Extremely comprehensive documentation will take the spirit of Agile framework away. Moreover, such documentation may confuse the developers because the content of the documents may not align with the code. Similarly, too little is also known to create issues. So what is the level of right documentation? In my experience, if there are no regulatory requirements, the documentation should be good enough to facilitate team collaboration, communication, and knowledge sharing for newly added team members, as well as onboarding new customers. Continuous updates must be part of the development spirit. In my experience, another aspect that is given less weightage is the choice of products or database types. Technology is an enabler only when chosen right. Choosing the right technology stack based on the application data needs is very important for delivery. The project teams must spend time to understand the nature of data, expected volumes, throughput, and the business process the solution is expected to enable. The product or tech stack should be chosen to, which is suiting to meet their needs. Simple aspects such as considering relational database for transactional needs, data warehouse for analytical and historical needs, and storing historical data for audit and compliance reasons can have a significant impact on overall performance. Segregating data based on retrieval type, like long-term or short-term, as well as the structure of data would result in reduction of storage and retrieval costs, especially when we are rapidly moving to cloud. In addition to the 3Ds discussed so far, we have a hidden fourth dimension where investment can significantly benefit organizations. Data and API-driven SRE dashboards are very important these days. As the volume of data and the users consuming them increase, it becomes very easy to lose focus on the performance of the previously developed products or features, since we tend to concentrate on delivering new ones. This would result in bad user experience and can even cause churn of the loyal customers or consumers. Practicing right methods of data modeling, documentation, and database architecture determination and proactive monitoring have the potential to propel us success with agile delivery. Thank you.
Thanks, that was awesome. I think we have Cassie up next. And on design thinking, correct? So we ran a little over on that one, but I'm big on believing in the spirit of things more than the letter of them. So on that note, I'm going to get out of the way and just let you drive.
So just use the arrows to drive it?
Yeah, or spacebar. Okay. You really want me to stay up? No? You're good. Let's hear it for Cassie, everybody.
Hey everyone, my name is Cassie Parlato, and I'm really excited to talk to you about one of my favorite topics, design thinking. Design thinking is a common innovation framework, but most people don't know that you can use it in your real life too, not just at work. A little bit about me, I'm a senior product manager here in Atlanta for 10 plus years or so. I've worked at a couple big places like the Home Depot and Oracle, and also a couple smaller places, including my current one, which is Echo 360. All right, back to design thinking. So what sets it apart from other innovation frameworks is that it really hones in on the user experience and making sure that you have an intimate knowledge of their wants and needs and their behaviors. It also spends a lot more time in the prototyping and testing phase, which really ensures that you're building out the right thing. All right, lots of different companies have used design thinking successfully, and it's used not just to build out products, but also processes and experiences as well. Just a few examples for you there. But the topic of this talk today is how you can apply it to your real life, and that's one of the things I like about it the most, is how transferable it is to other disciplines. So I'm going to take you through an experience. I have a buddy, and he is stuck in a rut in life, and he's not sure what to do next, and we're going to walk him through a design thinking scenario. So meet my buddy. This is my buddy One Hand. He is a pirate in his early 40s. He's been doing it a long time. He's kind of getting tired of it. He also doesn't take joy in a lot of the same things that he used to take joy in, like pillaging and all that terrible stuff. So he wants a change, but he's not really sure what to do next, and so we're going to help him out. So we start him with an internal review, and we're just trying to dive in and find out what's the real problem going on, because this could be any which thing, right? So he sees that his love segment is pretty full. He has a fair maiden back home. He also has lots of pirate friends. But he sees that his work and his play are really far down, so he decides that, okay, this might be the area that I need the most help in, so he decides to concentrate on those. So he starts looking into those, and he realizes, oh, the work one seems to be the one that's dragging me down the most. I don't enjoy it near as much as I used to back when I was a swashbuckling pirate in my 20s, so that's what he's going to focus on. All right, he knows he wants to work on the work, but he's not really sure what to do next. He could go any which direction for his career, but he's not really sure where to start, so we're going to help him out. So we start One Hand by tracking his flow state experiences and activities that excite and energize him. He does this for a week or two, and he comes back and he says, these are the three. These are the ones that are the most exciting to me. Sword fighting, talking with merchants and ports, and bartering for goods. Okay, cool. So we take it a step further. We're going to start some mind mapping activities. He did sword fighting, and he was delighted to see on the peripheral there that coins and trading came up, which overlapped with that merchant one that he did in the previous activity. So he's starting to pull things together. All right, so we're going to do another activity with him, and that's identifying the challenges, questions, and assumptions he has about each of these different ones. And you can see a very big assumption for sword fighting is that he would win every single time. My comfort level on that, might not want to build my career off of it, but maybe he could. All right, after mixing and matching these for a while, he comes back and he says, all right, my top 3 potential career paths is a sword fighting trainer, a merchant in port, or a jeweler. Every pirate loves jewelry, right? All right, so now he's entering the prototyping and testing phase, which is really about getting in there and getting your hands dirty and making sure that you're actually doing the thing and seeing what it would be like in real life, not just something on paper. So for merchant, for example, he'll start talking to people, he'll be talking to merchants, he'll be interviewing them, finding out what it is exactly that they do. And then he's also going to volunteer to work in their shops so that he can really get that firsthand knowledge of what it's like to do each of those different potential career opportunities. And speaking of the day in the life for each of these, he really wants to make sure that he understands every single thing that they're going to need to do. Because a merchant isn't just talking to customers and finding cool products. There's a lot of back end that goes into managing that sort of career, or business, I should say. All right, so after all his brainstorming and all these different activities that he's been working on for the last few weeks, he comes back and he's like, merchant, that's the one that excites me the most and most aligns with my talents and skills. And, I think my slides there we go. And bonus, since he's been having all of these talks with these merchants and expanding his network while he was doing all those interviews, he actually met a merchant that he really connected with, and that guy offered him a job in one of his shops. And so now One Hand is on his new career trajectory, and he has design thinking to thank for helping him guide through that process. All right, in summary, design thinking is a framework that can be used not just at work, but in real life as well. I'll cut this short because I don't know how I am on time. And thank you so much for having me. If you have any questions, if you want to nerd out about design thinking, which I am always happy to do, you can reach out to me at cassieparlotto@gmail.com. Parlato is easier than it looks. It's just par as in golf and lotto as in lottery.
That was awesome, Cassie. Thank you so much. We can do a design thinking open space maybe. Sounds like a plan. I will take the extra microphone. Are both of these hot? They are. Last up, we got a special treat. Warrants a laptop swap. If y'all don't know Waldo, Waldo's like part of the OG Devopsdays crew from way back when. I don't even know. And he's going to give us an explanation on how to pronounce. I don't even know how to say it. I'm not even going to try. Let's hear it for Waldo, folks.
There we go. This is not an educational talk. You will learn nothing here. This is fun. Unlike the gift debacle, in which the creator went out of his way to pronounce it wrong, the Kubernetes community has embraced this lack of certainty in the key touch point to their entire ecosystem. What the hell is that? If you ask 6 people, you'll get, if you ask 3 people, you'll get 6 answers. I think we can do better than that. So let's start off. We have, of course, the easy and obvious. You split it into 2 words and you get kube, cube, QB, kube, or kube. Now, if you are above a certain age, those last 2 sounded the same. If you are below a certain age, that second one sounds like cool, babe. And looking at the second half, we have control, cuddle, cuttle, or CTL. And a couple visuals to go with most of those. So, we hash that up, mix them together, and we have 20 options. Not bad, but we can still do better. So, on to the less obvious. We have kube Bechtel. Ku Bechtel. K. Ooh, Bechtel. K, you Bechtel. But no, we're not quite done yet. Kubek, TL. Or even, finally, Kubect, L. However, there's a lot of ink spilled and pixels shifted about this topic, and we really shouldn't waste any more time on it, because this is what you should do. Because in the immortal words of Winston Churchill, ain't nobody got time for that. Now, if you have another preferred way of pronouncing that, that's fine. It's wrong, but it's fine, because this has been the definitive guide. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I know how to pronounce, now I know how to make an alias. On to the open spaces. This is one of my favorite phases of the conference. So for those of you who have not been on to a Devopsdays conference and you haven't seen the open spaces, this is how it goes.
Can we do the clap thing? Clap if you've done open spaces before. That's not nothing.
Clap if you have not done the open spaces before.
I think that's a little louder, yeah.
Anyway, so the idea is different groups of people will talk on different things. Any topic is on the table. So what I'm going to ask you now is some participation. I need you, anybody, to suggest a topic that we can discuss. So come on over, pitch your topic, 10 seconds, not even 5 to 10 seconds. It can be something that you're passionate about. It can be something you want to learn about. It can be something that you just feel like you would like to discuss and you have nothing, you don't know anything about. That's fine. You don't even need to attend the groups that you've pitched. That's also okay. The idea is to start conversation, to create conversation groups that people will be able to have and share whatever issues that they're going on or whatever things that they have learned on how to deal with them. So some examples, how to pronounce, not how to pronounce.
Yeah, how to pronounce kubectl, you could do it. Kubernetes is one. I think we got design thinking up.
Less whimsical would be how to manage data at scale for your log infrastructure, how to do voice over IP for blah, 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 whatever. Any topic is on the table. So come on up. We have some pens and papers in the box over there.
Post-it notes. Ravi can help you with those. If you want to write your topic on a Post-it note and then come pitch it real quick, we will hand you the mic. You can tell us what your topic is. Then we're going to dot vote. Once we've got all the submissions in, you come put, what are we doing, 5 dots this year? Let's do 3. It's a pretty small group. Do 3 dots per topic that you want to split, and then we will divide up into tracks. And the rule of thumb with open spaces at Devopsdays is butterflies and bumblebees. You don't law 2 feet. If you're not enjoying the conversation, you don't have to go. And like Andre said, you don't even have to show up to begin with. You can pitch a topic that you think we should just take into consideration. Thing you could do. So I guess I'm first. I'm going to pitch design thinking because that is a gateway to complexity science, in my opinion, along with DevOps. And as a complexity scientist, let's just smash those together and do complexity science and design thinking. Who's next? I see Waldo moving.
Hi, you might know me from here and there earlier. Let's have an open space on observability versus monitoring.
Don't forget to write it. Yep.
I'm back again. Thought you got rid of me. We were having dinner last night, and one of the topics I want to talk about is how to create the biggest DevOps fire. We always talk about how to improve things. Why don't we talk about how to destroy things? For example, taking from Rob's mouth, your get commit. If you're a JavaScript developer, make sure to put .js in your get ignore. There's lots of ways to get around that stuff. DevOps fire.
Thank you.
And you don't have to wait for the person to finish their pitch before coming up here.
Today, be short. Large topic, security, maybe incorporating security principles and DevOps, and more specifically, maybe finding a way to do that that doesn't doesn't hurt productivity. So I think that's a good discussion to have. Rom.
Thank you, Rom.
Thank you.
We need more topics. Come on, y'all. Don't be shy. Who else has got a topic for open spaces? Lots to talk about here. Is everybody just ready to go to the aquarium? That's like the last open space. Here we got some more people coming up. A 1 and a 2.
Got one here?
Are we calling for today or tomorrow or both? Or?
Yeah, just for today. For now, we're going to do this tomorrow as well.
All right, I may redo this tomorrow, depending on if we have something. I have 2 that I like to throw out there. My first one is community of practice versus center of excellence. If you're not familiar with either of those terms, that would be good to learn. But basically building a community of practice around a tool or a product that's using versus building it as a center of excellence,
and your
which
name?
is better. My name's Mike Butler.
Mike Butler. Thank you, Mike.
Yep. I got one more for you. You know what? I'll save that one for tomorrow.
No, go ahead and pitch it. We can pitch it twice.
The other one, I just presented an Ignite talk last week on that I think is a pretty awesome topic. It's everything is code. Not just doing your security as code or your infrastructure as code or your code as code, but your notes as code, running meetings as code, doing presentations as code, everything in Markdown.
Awesome. And I'm going to pass this mic.
Hi, everyone. My name is Meda.
Hey, come on in, come on in.
Oh, up here. Goodness. All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Meda. I'm with New Relic. And the topic I wanted to pitch was how to ask effective questions, be it from the perspective of a client that's run into a bug, or if you're brand new to a team, how do you give enough context to make sure that you're either using the product well and you've stumbled upon something you don't know how to do, or you want to report an issue. A lot of times as a developer, you spend a lot of time trying to get the context of where the issue was created and also trying to replicate that information. So how do we establish practices to do that a little bit better?
Awesome. Thank you so much. And please write it on a Post-it note over here. Oh, you got it? Ravi's got it.
Hey guys, this is Vikas. I'm with OneTrust. We've been hearing a lot about blue-green deployment, canary deployment. So we know that it's theory a lot, but most of the time we have not implemented in production. So wanted to discuss about practical ways to implement blue-green or versus canary or zero downtime deployment.
Awesome. Deployment strategies.
Any more topics?
We're gonna wait a minute. We know we got another one. Who's the DevOps is gonna rise up for the team? Take one for the team here, folks. Come on. Robbie's even writing it for you. Anybody? Put one down for mapping for me. So I'm a socio-technical mathematician at large. It used to be what I went as. But I'm big into this whole security and SRE and which side is platform, and mapping is something that pulls complex topics into a complicated domain, which makes them a little easier to visualize and discuss. So I do Wardley mapping and value stream mapping. That'll be that open space. And is that it? Do we have anybody else? All right.
Bruno.
No one mentioned Bruno.
No one mentioned Bruno. All right, we're going to take a short break to get these open spaces chalked off. And what's the rest of the plan for the afternoon, Andre?
We should have about 3 different, so the open spaces are being spread out in different ways. We have 9 of them, so we'll probably have 3 or 4 in one batch, and then another 3 or 4 in another batch. And once we're done with that, then we shall reconvene here for some closing remarks and then move over to the next part of the fun.
Yep, we've got Aquarium and then after party at Hudson Grill.
Correct.
I believe is order operations. And do we have enough open spaces that we need to dot vote? Think we can skip it this time? Yeah. We don't have enough to dot vote. All right. Thanks, everybody. We'll be circled up here shortly. Woo!
Time of the year now, you got people falling in love. It brings you good cheer now when that mistletoe is above. Can you Santa driving the sleigh, or was it the Grinch and he got away? Kevin's alone, not acting afraid. Never get a white Christmas, but today snowflakes falling down. It's Christmas time, but you're not here right now to put up the lights. The candles on the mantle, they don't flicker like they used to. With the snowflakes falling down, it's not Christmas time without you. No, 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 no.
It's been a few years now, and this cold town's not quite the same. I wish you were here now, by the fire, stoking the flame. Can hear Santa driving the sleigh, or was it the Grinch and he got away? Kevin's alone, not acting afraid, waiting for a white Christmas, and today snowflakes falling down. It's Christmas time, but you're not here right now to put up the lights. The candles on the mantle, they don't flicker like they used to. With the snowflakes falling down, it's not Christmas time without you.
No, 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 it don't feel right without you.